Hello. Hello. Almost there. I am so sorry. It is almost done. I have almost gone to all the different areas that I normally go around. But it's taking longer than normal because I am just that slow of a streamer. My goodness, how do people do the thingy-majiggy so fast?
with the 17-month tier 1 sub. 17 months of the amazing grind.
Thank you! Thank you! Oh my god, what is up with my belt? Hang on a second, I need to fix that. Nope, wrong button. There we go, there's the right button. Thank you so much for the 17 months bone! I really appreciate it. You don't have to deal with the advertisements that pop up once an hour, and you get to have all the fun emotes that you'd like to use. Have you picked a favorite yet? On your whatsamahoozy thingamadig, the emotes that I have for you. You had a crop top. No, I just had my stomach like hugely out. It's entirely different thingy-madiggy. Recap? We'll go through a recap because that came out like that basically came out yesterday / today, right? But yeah, it came out yesterday, I want to say. So I need to still do the thingy-madiggy what's-mahoos of Sorry, I'm still like posting everywhere that I possibly can of like, oh hey, GrantZeebs is here. GrantZeebs is streaming right now. It would be really appreciative if you like went over into the stream and said hi to Grant. Look at all these people. Like Furry Cures was the first one into the chat. Hi, Furry Cures. Then we've got Masonic joined in earlier, and now we have Bone Mask. Scarecrow dance is your favorite emote of all time. It's not the Scarecrow dance either. It's the Badger dance. Like, have you guys not like the video is just like Badger, 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 Badger. You're currently watching the new Doctor Who. Ah, okay. Hopefully it's good. I've not yet seen the newest of the Doctor Who thingamadiggies yet. I've seen two of them. I've seen two of the David Tennant ones. I've not yet seen the one with Neil Patrick Harris in it. So I'm still a bit behind, realistically speaking. So yeah, alrighty. So that's that. The Discord can, get slapped over there, I suppose. And alright, so that's been posted. Alrighty, the cookie for Bone. Here's your cookie. Alrighty then. So let's get it. Let's get the first little bit out of the way. And maybe people will have their little commentary and what have you as I am going through it. But one of the things that came out, like basically when I wasn't streaming, was Buffer. I was hoping your buddy emote would be the most used for me, but unfortunately not, because I don't remember when I was subbed to you. It's dependent. Also, you use the blue foxy nicey lemon sucking emote so much. I don't know if you understand, Furry Curious, just how much you use the emote. It is a lot. I could easily see that as in the top 3 for you. Anyway, so I am going to go to the Twitch recap annual.
Now that is what we call a skill issue.
Alright, twitch.tv/annual recap is what we're after. And we are interested in bam. There we go. Alrighty then. So, as a community, there was like 100 million stories viewed, 500,000 new affiliates, 6,000 new partners, and 2 million unique tags created. The most used emotes, I don't know how this juice came to be. The bonk makes sense. Aaron Rizitas with the Keck W is kind of okay. And then Forsen E just makes sense. Nearly 50 billion chat messages sent. QT, Mizkif, Latin America, Asia Pacific. So they have FBS Shaka. I don't know who that is. Stylish Noob, Quinn69, and Kaysen, I think is their name. Iffies. This one, like, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. I really feel like that should have been broken up into like, at least two sections. Like, you maybe could have gone with Europe as one thing, and then Middle East and Africa as another.
221 paid me to say go suck a lemony lemon.
You go suck a lemony lemon. Alrighty then. Now, let's get on to the thing that everyone was interested in, which is my highlights. I'm gonna be real with you. I did not think I went through that many streams. I'm kind of surprised I only did 5 categories. I swear I've done more categories in this year, but I guess 5 is the amount that I've done. Because, like, we had Kingdom Hearts... I feel like we had the Kingdom Hearts 1.5 plus 2.5, Kingdom Hearts 3, God of War Ragnarok, Final Fantasy 14... Yakuza 0, Art, Party Animals. Like, I swear we've got so many more. But yeah, 155 clips made. That was pretty decent. I very much appreciate everyone who's made clips through this year. I don't normally have a lot of time to be able to go into my own VODs, and a lot of the times I'm not comfortable, like, going through the full 3 hours. So, like, even if there's, like, a VOD where I'm like, oh, I should probably, like, you know, put a stream marker on this so I go back to it. I don't know. Like, I feel cringe looking at myself and what have you. Maybe that is, like, a, you know, probably an indicator of, like, I need to do better in my streams, or maybe that's something that every streamer has to just fucking deal with. Or it's like, look, you're going to be watching yourself. Don't make it weird or something like that. But yeah, no, I appreciate the 155 clips that are made. Not all of them get retweeted or utilized in TikToks, but you know, if they're made in here, they're probably on my TikTok or being shared on my Twitter. Cookie for Furry Cures. Once again, your best Zeebs, but everyone is cringe in their own way. Thank you. My top stream reach was 125. I'm pretty sure that was even done like just a few nights ago as well, because of Purple Pardis as well. Hey, we were so far away from 69,000 messages. So close. We were 1,500 messages away from 69. It would have been great. And then our top 5 categories are... Final Fantasy 14. That honestly should not have been a surprise. Art. That one was a surprise. I don't understand how art was one of my top 5 categories. Kingdom Hearts 3, Baldur's Gate 3, Zelda, Breath of the Tears of the Kingdom, and then there's just this random goat here. But yeah, what I don't understand is this top 10% thing. I don't, like, did I ever, like, I don't think I'm in the top 10% of Final Fantasy 14 streamers, and I'm not too sure, like, what the top 10% is supposed to define, but yay. Also, how dare you, Furry Cures? Thank you for the pixelation bone. My top 3 tags: zebra, himbo, and autism. And the most used emotes were gun. That makes sense because that's utilized in my raid messaging. Thumbs up is one of the follower ones, which is, it's good to see that it's getting used, even though, let's be real, this, like, that thumbs up one is such low quality compared to the crying emote and the Keck W I've got. So yeah, the huff shake, that's pretty good. Hit the most powerful weapon you had, ya boobies. I'm not gonna do a pecs thingy-madiggy. Like, I don't know if I'd get away with having a pecs emote. Like, it would be nice having a pecs emote with, like, the whole, like, boom boom flex, but... Ah, yes. Elon Musk protogen. I still stand behind that. I still stand behind that clip. And, like, one day, one day maybe we'll be able to confront Elon Musk and ask this like weird ass question, and we'll finally get an answer to his persona. But until then, anytime I mention this to any of my friends, everyone accepts like, yeah, Elon Musk would be a protogen, and he would have the gall to say it's his own species. Fantastic. He has a husky. That's where Musky Husky came from. Nah, he wouldn't be that. He knows the internet is weird enough that he wouldn't go with a husky for Musky. So yeah, $20 raised in charity. That is not accurate. We did a charity stream for Stack Up, and there was funds done through Tiltify. I think that's the name of the system. There was donations done through Tiltify, so we did a lot more than just $20 for charity. 2.2 million channel points spent. We need to bump those numbers up. 2.2 million? We gotta do more. I need more things. All right, you built a community. We got 561 new followers. I'm trying to who here started following me when this year? Like, I'm curious, which one of you, if you're here in the chat right now and you're like one of the new like 561 and you're feeling comfortable, give me a hello. Give me a wave. Give me a moment of like just, yes, that is me. Hi, welcome. I would really appreciate it. So, because I like Bone, I feel like you were here last year, I want to say. I want to say you were here since last year. And then Furry Cures maybe is one of the new ones. Yes. Okay, cool. 62 gifted subscriptions. That was great. And 2 hype trains. That one is honestly very fantastic. I don't get a lot of hype trains. Like the gifted subs and the bits, they're few and far apart. So whenever a hype train does go off, it's a huge deal, and I really wish that I had like, you know, a better thing done for when a hype train is off rather than like just me putting on the train cap, but it is what it is. Played all kinds of co-op. 192 raids sent. Yeah, so that like look at like we've done like what 100 and so we've done 199 streams. We were so close to 200. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I can consider myself just a hobbyist when I have 199 fucking streams. But yeah, and then so like for over 99%, so for 99% of the streams I've done, we've done a raid. We've received 120 raids. That one is actually interesting. I didn't think I got that many raids, but maybe it's a case of there was maybe a few where like multiples in one stream or something. 241 shoutouts received. That one is cool. And 12 stream together streams. This feature, the stream together thing, I know Code and I have done this a few times. I honestly think it's a pretty cool system. I do wish that it was a little bit better in having the two communities like aware, because right now, you know, if Code is streaming and I'm streaming, what ends up happening is that Code's chat is limited to his chat, and it's only if he gives me like an OBS webcam that I can see his excuse me. It's only when I get his OBS webcam that I can see his chat, and it's in a tiny fucking window. And then meanwhile it's the same sort of thing where if he wants to see my chat, so maybe one day Twitch will have a thing for when you stream together, you get to see the chats like together. That would be cool. And my loudest fans, Meeps. Shout out to Meeps. Meeps has been here since the start. They don't talk very often, but here's the honest fact of the matter. They have been here since the beginning. Like, before I was an affiliate even, they were here. They are, like, I never met them in real life. They're over in the US. They were, like, doing night shift nonsense, hence why they were aware when I was streaming and such. And they're responsible for the cookie redeem that you guys get. This cookie right here is because of Meeps. So yeah, bestest boy, I recognize that. Hey, Bone! There he is. Hang on, let me just scroll up a bit. Look at that. Look at that bone masked dog. And there's your profile icon. So yeah, my squats trainer. And then we got Hendrix over there. We got Uranea Zach. I remember Uranea Zach getting here during a Kingdom Hearts stream. Hey, Code the Yoshi. There we go. Let's see. Oh, there's Furry Cures. Look at him. Look at him. Right. Oh, no. Look at him right there. Right there. Look at him. That's Furry Cures. That's you. That's you. Furry Cures. Alrighty. And then we got Jason, one of my moderators. And then Talon Fizz. Hi there, Zarix. Welcome to the stream. I just going through before I do my vibe check. We're just going through like the review thingy madiggy. Talon Fizz rings a bell. I remember their username, but I don't remember the like some of the stuff we discussed and such like that. Because everyone here, I like distinctly remember bestest boy is just, you know, they're very similar to Night Sky. They're just throwing the positivity out there. Meeps has been there since the beginning. Bone for the squats, Code for the moderation, and being a fucking amazing friend and joining in with me on a number of the different streams, like with Titan Quest, Final Fantasy, or Baldur's Gate. Uranea Zach for the kind words and just Kingdom Hearts help here and there. Hendrix, cool ass panda, Furry Cures. We're on a rocky sort of thingy madiggy Furry Cures, but you know, I reckon we'll be absolutely fine, fucking tastic. And then Jason, one of my moderators, who's also a moderator for Code because Jason and Code are partners. And then there's Talon Fizz. I'm sorry, Talon Fizz. I don't have a very strong opinion. But I recognize everyone here. I've talked to like one or two other people, and some of them don't have, like, they'll have a person in this 3x3 and they're just sort of like, who the fuck is Hawaiian Hashabadooj 235 or something like that, and they just have no clue. But everyone here partnered? Yeah, no, they're partners. They're together. Code and Jason are together. I'm pretty sure that's okay to say. I don't know if they were keeping it as... Were they keeping it a secret? I should probably double... Fuck. Hang on. Shit. Fuck. I'll figure this out. Don't you worry. All right. Thank you for playing. Celebrate and chat with the limited time global goat moat. Goatee Moti. Does it work? Oh. Goatee Moti. Okay, so you have to... There we go. Silly. Alrighty. And then there's my Twitch recap. 80 new subscribers. 560. That's basically over half. I got half of my new new followers in this year, and that's what got me over the halfway mark. So the year before I was maybe just hitting 500, or I was just shy of it. So to hit 1,000 this year was really great. So yeah. All right. You're gonna have to make do with the giant fucking galactic zebra for a quick minute, as I now have to put my brain in check. What am I feeling? Boobies. That is true, but we need more than just boobies, I'm sorry to say. I reckon, you know what? It's gonna be God of War. The DLC came out this morning. I've already seen like one or two TikToks that look like they were gonna talk about God of War shit, and it was right after Bone threatened to steal my femur again. Nice. Thank you. Alrighty. Where is the things? Game sources. Activate. Alrighty. It is going to be... It's gonna be God of War, because, like, as much as, like, Yakuza, I feel like I'm just sort of I'm hitting my head on a wall or something like that. It's not, like, 100% there for me in terms of, like, enjoyment and being able to go through it without being, like, fully tilted or anything like that. So, alright, let me change my shirt, because I'm pretty sure... There we go. I've got a God of War shirt for the occasion. But yeah, so yeah, because like I'm just not meshing with the combat with Yakuza, but I remember enjoying my time fighting in God of War. Do we need the God of War recap? I don't think we need the God of War recap. The following content is meant to be experienced after the completion of God of War Ragnarok and will contain spoilers. Do you wish to proceed? Abso-fucking-lutely. Most people should be aware that we've already gone through God of War Ragnarok. There was a whole ass fucking adventure. It was crazy. Thor bumped into our home. Odin was there as well and said, your boy has got to stop looking for Tyr because he's not here. And then, you know, we get into a fight with Thor for a little bit. There's like a lightning that gets frozen on the lake. Brock and Sindri find us and take us back to the hut or something like that, and we learn that that Odin wants to try and get Atreus to like help him or something like that. And then, you know, there's a whole ass thing. We go look for Tyr. We find Tyr. Freya wants us dead. We try and, like, you know, try and like not have her do that. We help her, and then Atreus runs away. He helps out Odin for some reason. And then, you know, he ended up in Jotunheim for like a spell. There, like, all kinds of shit happened. And then, like, Sindri died because it turns out that Tyr wasn't Tyr. It was Odin pretending to be Tyr. And so, or no, Sindri didn't die. Brock died. Brock died, and it was like even more upsetting because Brock technically already died, and Sindri went and pulled his soul out of the Well of Souls in Aldheim, like the Alfenheim. He went and got his soul out, but he didn't have his entire soul. So what happens, unfortunately, is that if Brock was to die again, he's basically, like, you know, with no soul to go into the afterlife and shit. And this comes into play when Kratos gets his spear, his Dropnir spear here, and it's a good story. And Sindri is just fucking broken. I just feel so sorry for Sindri. And I really hope we get to see more of Sindri, because I don't want him just being forever's upsetty. The recommended starting combat, 10% increase thingamadiggy. Show me resolve. Used during to find an ideal level of enjoyment. Alright, ow. God, fucking light. You really wanted to rip Odin's head off? Yeah, and we put him in a little orb, and we were gonna keep him in there. And then fucking Sindri just grabs the orb and then just breaks it with a hammer. He's just like, "Urgh. That's that." And then he just fucking pops away. No one can blame him. No one can blame Sindri.
Nothing that would help us. Tell me, brother, why exactly are we doing this?
What is this place? The Invitation.
I do not know.
Oh, that's comforting.
Wait, was this my... Hang on. No. Okay, so I can't see... So, he's just wearing this gear, I suppose. Alright. But yeah, there's no...
I know you expect more from the smartest man alive, but Odin always kept me in the dark about this place. Which is why I urged you to seek Freya's guidance. Repeatedly.
She does not seem eager to speak with me.
Quite the opposite, brother.
What
You
is
tell
this
yourself
place?
Whatever you need to.
Like, this feels like the ruins of Asgard for sure. But okay, so in the events of Ragnarok, instead of all the 9 realms like basically getting destroyed and remade, only Asgard got destroyed. And so little bits of Asgard like popped up in different places around the remaining 8 realms, and that's how we were able to find the real Tyr. Turns out the fake Tyr was Odin, and we thought it was because he killed him. Nope, the real Tyr was alive, and Odin was just, you know, exploiting this, like, you know, half the thingamadigs. Alright, so that's a Valkyrie, or the statue of a Valkyrie, I should say. So
I see a shore ahead. Black sand.
I'm guessing this is...
described in the invitation. We finally bloody made it.
I feel like this has got, like, because of the name of the fucking DLC, this must be, like, quote-unquote Valhalla then. Because Valhalla is sort of a place within Asgard. Asgard's not Valhalla, and it's sort of like a suburb, I would think. At least that's my knowledge of Asgard / Valhalla. Alrighty. Alright, so there's another Valkyrie image. Oh! That's all his gear gone. He's back to basics.
Then.
Yeah. Nice. Alright, so... why are we here? They mentioned an invitation, but we've not yet seen... and, like... we've not seen a letter or... because, like, this opener that they presented us is the same opening...
Like we plunged into a dream.
Yeah. Hi there. Your thing still says you're just chatting. Thank you, Sir Dragon. Let me fix that. God of War Ragnar... God of War Ragnarok. There we go. Vibe checked. It's gonna be Valhalla. Oh, also, why didn't it... hang on. God of War Ragnarok. Done. Chat. Let me in the... what the... hang on. Who the fuck is this? Le Chief. Le Chief. You... no. I don't have such a thing. Zeebs and Mimir on the same page. Thank you, Xerix. Thank you for contributing to more clips and what have you. So yeah, so because the trailer they gave us for God of War Ragnarok Valhalla is the that opening with, like, the broken throne and the red cloth and shit. That is the same opening we got in the trailer. So we don't have, like, any further indicators. And I have forgotten the buttons. Hang on a second. Settings. Okay, so I can change the thingy-madiggy. So yeah, extended plus. Recenter. Alright, none of the touchpads do anything. We gotta reflect visual. Where? Here it is. Okay, so interaction is the circle. X is the evade. Triangle is the signature weapons ability. Atreus' action is the square. Light attack is the right bumper. Heavy attack is the thingy. Primary weapon, secondary weapon. Tertiary weapon is the sphere. So blades on the left. Axe on the right. The arrow type is with the up arrow, and the sprinting is when you press the thingy-majiggy. Okay. This is an entirely different, fucking UI. Oh, but at least they give me, like, all the thingamadiggies. Ah, the invitation. Oh, no, that's just the... I don't know how... I don't know what I hope to... I do... Hang on. I don't know what I hope to find here, but something compels me to find answers within. Alright, T. Cool. Yeah, his kicks are slow. And he's got, like, no health or rage. Lay off the roids, Dr. Zeebs. I'm fine. Hopefully you'll check that... Keep that behavior in check. Don't go too far with this. Okay. It's an upper level of Asgard. That's the idea. The Valhalla is a special section of Asgard where the warriors, like the good, like the warriors of extra thingamajiggies. Also, I just realized there is one thing I probably have still on. Hang on a second. Accessibility. Because I think I had this on when I was, like, when I was, like, looking for thingamadiggy. So the visual, no color filter. Where is it? Here it is. So targets and interactions I made red to help me, like, find the thing. But let's turn it off. Alright, so there's no motion thingamadiggy. Subtitles. Speakers in cyan. Caption size. Let's keep it at default. Default seems to be okay. Alrighty. That's a little bit better. Alrighty. But yeah, so
Anyone's here to welcome us.
the point of Asgard is that it was because Valhalla. So the point of Asgard is that it was the realm of the Aesir gods and such, and Valhalla was where honored warriors, so warriors that died in battle and such, like honorably and shit, this is where they left. This is where they went to, and this was all for the sake of for the coming trials of Ragnarok, is that the Aesir gods would have the warriors of Valhalla, you know, after their drinking and merriment and such like that, would come out in droves and fight whatever forces of Ragnarok.
Locked.
I don't suppose you'll take that as our cue to turn around and leave?
Realtha Sialfua, Sinum Hautum.
Be one's own master.
Master thyself.
A more poetic way of putting it, but yes.
Interesting. Oh, okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. I love how he says locked, and this is, like, is it locked, or... Ooh! Ow. Fuck. Explore the lower realms of Valhalla.
Something is wrong. I feel weaker.
Valhalla may not appreciate our breaking in.
Valgrind. Oh yeah, I've got, like, no,
Not the sort of foes I expected to encounter here. Curious.
Alright, so weapon glyphs are with
The way of this
this.
place to offer you a choice.
Frozen spikes. Killing with the mashing causes a burn shock. Alright, hang on. What's this one? So frozen spike. Aim during a frost awaken to quickly throw and create a frost explosion. And then awakened hunter is aim and press during frozen awaken. Alright, so what is this one? Flame whiplash. When your mashing triangle causes a burn shockwave. Let's go with the Awakened Hunter. They provide combat bonuses for this attempt. Yes, cool. So, increase the attributes. Each chest has a symbol that indicates the thingamadoogie. Press. Alright, so perk, weapon, stat, runic, mixed, refill, fleeting echoes, a temporary resource that can be spent at tablets of endeavor to improve your chances of survival. Mastery seal is a persistent resource that can be spent at the table of reflections upon the shore for various permanent upgrades to Kratos. Spirit is the same sort of thing. Permanent upgrades to Valhalla itself. And then Triumph is a very valuable persistent reward for certain upgrades at the table of reflection and table of influence upon the shore. Okay.
At least you're not going in completely hobbled.
Yes. It's gonna be because I'm gonna be real. I was pressing square earlier to like get from like one thing to another, and clearly that's not the direction I should have gone. I need to remember it's the right bumpers.
My shield will not open.
There we go. Alrighty. Runic attack. Fimbulwinter. Okay, so that's that. And then what's this one? I'm gonna go with the one with the slower cooldown, with the shorter cooldown. Yep. Oh.
Not permitted that way, it seems, and no way to pry it open.
Okay.
Perhaps the last remaining pocket of Asgard. Something unreal about it, though. At least this part seems peaceful. We should have a look around.
You truly believe Freya would have aided us in this?
Aided us, talked sense into you. Win-win either way, really. I certainly can't see how there's any benefit to avoiding her.
I am not avoiding her.
Brother, you've gone to bloody Valhalla to avoid her. At least be honest with yourself.
It is not her I'm avoiding. I value Freya.
Well, that I believe. I'm nice to hear you admit, frankly. I think she values you as well, in her way.
She finds me useful. It is not the same.
Is that really what you think?
I do not believe she understands what she asks of me.
Okay, so something's going on between the two of them. Alrighty. Alright, so that's not doing anything. That can't do that. Alright, what's up here? Broken gate. Thing we can't get to. Alrighty, and then back up, and because what was the thing over here? Oh, it was another
Valhalla does nuts.
Hi there, Code. Welcome to the stream. I had to relearn like the controls real quick. Alrighty, so we can't open that. We can't go through there. More fleeting echoes. All right, so it looks like the only direction is that door there then. All right. How's it going? You forgot how to dad of war. Just a little bit, just a little bit. So yeah, we don't have Freya with us. We don't have Atreus.
Bifrost! Tread carefully, brother. Behind you!
Oh. Yeah, I did not do that well. Mastery seals and spirit seals can be spent on the shore. Valhalla awaits. So this is my first time, like, quote unquote failing. So weird that we have Mimir with us and not.
You marched into Valhalla without even talking to us first?
Nice
Oh.
to see you too, milady.
It was a personal matter.
Hi.
And I would not take you from your duties.
You breached Valhalla. Consider it worth my time. This entrance is secret. Who told you of this place?
An invitation.
Nailed to our door 3 days ago.
Kratos of Sparta, you are hereby invited to a challenge. Face the past, face the future. Master Valhalla, master thyself. And then directions here, no signature.
Who else knows of this entrance?
Odin and us. It's likely a trap.
Yeah, but Odin's dead,
You're thinking
so
of going back in.
yeah.
Would you join me?
Oh, don't let me intrude on your personal matter. Besides, I can't. Unlike the two of you, I've never died.
What happens if I return inside?
Well, that depends on you. Valhalla draws from the memories of those who enter. In there, you're an open book.
Okay.
Sure, you want to go back in.
We're not gonna get much explanation by standing
How
out
did
here.
you even get past the gate?
I forced it open.
With his bare hands.
Mimir is smiling on that one.
There's an easier way if you insist on going back in. Come.
Sigrun, maybe later we could continue with that one conversation, eh?
For once, Mimir, I think you've said enough.
Aww.
Right then.
Oh yeah, Mimir and Sigrun were like a thing. He fancies
And the
her
other
and
matters
such.
discussed? You're still thinking, I take it?
I am.
Is that what this is?
Who knows?
Guess I'll let you think, then.
Nice one. At least you can give her the head she needs. I was thinking it, I didn't want to say anything. Alrighty. So,
All right, gentlemen. Let's send you in properly prepared this time. First,
choose.
Valhalla requires you to perform the ritual of selection.
Hi there, Jason. Alright, so, let's go over the shield. Fit for a balance of defense. I will go for that one most likely. Wait, what's the Spartan one? A form of with a much smaller parry window, but stronger. Okay, so we got that as an option. And then, how is that different from... So... Okay, so same sort of thing, but the Spartan has like a smaller window. Hello! Hi, Sir Dragon. Alright, and then we got Fury, we got Valor, and we got Wrath. Consume a chunk, charge down an enemy with your current weapon, dealing a large amount of damage. Killing the enemy heals a small amount. Yeah, we're gonna stick to Fury. Let's keep it classic.
Let my sisters speak to you of Valhalla's rules and its values.
Okay.
What do you know of this place?
Valhalla seeks to foster wholeness and balance within those who enter. To fully master yourself, you can't rely on only your most familiar tactics.
I use the tactics appropriate to the situation.
Of course, but varying your approach will demonstrate to Valhalla the full mastery of your abilities, and Valhalla will reward such demonstrations. Be sure to come back and see me as you progress.
What have you to say?
The challenge of Valhalla is not merely about overcoming obstacles. It's about the way you overcome them, how you demonstrate mastery of your own powers. We can guide you down a path, but Valhalla will be the judge of your progress. Return to me when you've met a goal, and we will observe you.
I am ready.
Air, Gunnar, with me.
Okay, that was a little bit easier to do than ripping it open with our hands, but it would have been cool. I wonder if there's a thing of like being able to do this.
Thank you, Sigrun.
I wonder like what would happen if you somehow were able to do it on the first try. Like, how far would the game let you go? Hi there, Nico Oblensky.
This time.
No, all is well.
Thank you, shield maidens. All right, let's try this whole thing again.
There we go.
Good hit, brother.
Alright, let's have a look.
New attempt, new choices to make. A fresh start.
Chosen influences the future glyphs offered on this path. Choose wisely. Increase the power of breach. A heavy attack at the one. Alright, let's try the drop near spear, because, like, Kratos as a Spartan is, like, story-wise, as a Spartan, like, the spear is, like, his first weapon, and it's technically also his, like, first true weapon of his own. Like, the Blades of Chaos are not explicitly his. Those were, like, forced upon him by Ares, the original god of war. The Leviathan axe isn't his originally. It was one that Laufey, his wife, gave him. But the Draupnir spear is one where, because of the lady in the lake or something like that, that one's explicitly one that was designed for him.
Amir,
There we go.
what is at odds between you and Sigrun? Did you anger her?
I wouldn't say she's angry with me. Irritated, perhaps. Disappointed, certainly. But you needn't worry yourself, brother. I won't let it distract from whatever it is we're doing here.
Fingers of Ruin Mountain. Alright, what's this one? Alright, let's go for the shorter one. Alright, let's see what this one's like. Because now we don't have, like, the curse thingamadig. And this puts us... Asgard's Sanctuary. Okay.
So, this is no piece of Asgard at all. Just something spun from your memory of it. Fascinating. Brother, I must admit, Freya's idea does make quite a bit of sense to me. What better god of war could the realms ask for than a general who won Ragnarok? And won it trying to save lives. With you on board, our whole peacekeeping council could really do some good.
This position, this title, I have held it before. You
Okay.
know what happened. She knows what happened.
Of course we do. But why should who you used to be matter more than who you are now? Can't you see how far you've come?
However far I have come, I have done it running from that life, that title, that throne.
Aye.
Yeah, okay, so what he's talking about, because after the events of God of War 1, he killed the previous God of War, Ares, and because of that was given, you know, the title of God of War, and he used that to expand Sparta's, like, reach across Greece and what have you, and then that gave us the events of God of War 2 and 3 and blah, blah, blah. So, I'm guessing he is just, like... But what about Tyr? Like, I'm pretty sure Tyr... Like, he's alive. Like, we saw him. Like, me and Freya, we saw him and all that kind of shit. Alright. Where is it?
Behind you, brother!
Oop. Go. Alright, there's no more. That slams into the enemy with alarming force. And then... Alright, let's go for a longer of the heavier attacks. Uh-huh. Okay, so thankfully we're still very much alive. And that's our next door. Alright.
I suppose this is about how you remember Jotunheim, eh?
I do agree with you about Freya's counsel. It is a noble idea.
Hi there, Gilgadio.
Succeed on her merits.
How's that, brother?
Freya is known to the realms and native to them, respected by all. An experienced leader.
Experienced enough to know that a shared power is best for the people.
That she would share power proves she is worthy to wield it.
Even so, why make her wield it alone? Without Odin, the realms have a chance to forge a new peace. When conflicts do arise and can't be talked through, a god of war ensures those conflicts have rules and enforces them. They need might and judgment and credibility across the realms. Who else?
You can hug. That's the command still exists. Alright, what's
Seems
this?
there's a way at hand to bargain with Valhalla directly.
Glyphs purchased at the Table of Endeavor will be lost at the end of attempt. Acquiring runic attack glyphs can be upgraded for this attempt. Press forward to retain your progress in Valhalla and exit to the main menu. Okay, so we can upgrade these two things if we wanted to. And this gives us a glyph where melee attack has a luck chance to critically strike and create a damaging explosion. I feel like that's a worthwhile one. We don't have a very high luck rate, but that's better than nothing. And then... Alright, moving on. So yeah, keep this in place. So Jotunheim gives us a place to like buy and sell things from the looks of it. Can't do anything with that one. Thank you for the hyper himbo. I'm gonna need it for this next one. Ow. Fucking bright lights again. Ow. Fuck you.
Behind you!
Alright. And this is the perk one. Combo finishers have a high luck chance to increase creditor's strength and stagger resistance. Yep, let's go with Relentless Might. Next door. Ow. I'm playing in the dark as well.
This must be how you remember Svartalfheim.
Freya
Yep.
knows I would not refuse to aid her in need. I have done and will do my part to fight for peace, regardless of title, regardless of whether I sit in authority.
You know as well as I do there's power in words, oaths. The people need to know you're committed to them and to yourself. That you'll be there for them, and I know that you will. I understand you've got misgivings, man, but you've put your past behind you. We all see it.
You do not know everything I am.
That you were. You've told me of your past, and yes, much of it was horrible. But you've proven over and over again that you're not that man anymore.
Blessing of Cooldown. Not enough resources to use that, and not enough resources to upgrade. Alright, let's see if we get any more. They are very much a flashbang in disguise. It is a little bit annoying. Alright, I'm prepared. No, still not prepared. Fuck. At least it wakes me up. Go.
Incoming! Above you!
Where the fuck? They said above me, but I don't... Ah, there you are. Nice. Alright, so far so good. It's not the end of the world for me. And I'll grab you, so then that way I'm healed. And... Alright. Mastery chest, let's have a look. At least I'm hyper himboed. Indeed! Being hyper himboed means that the flashbang does not hurt me too much. Once again, this is... Asgard. And I'm guessing...
That is the path we seek. A way up and forward. Valhalla's inner reaches. I can feel it.
If there's an upside to this Valhalla madness, at least it's good to see you in action again. You're already more your cheery self than I've seen in moons. Without Atreus or a fight in front of you, I wonder after your well-being.
Combat can be clarifying.
The first time they've mentioned Atreus since the thingamadig. Also, there's an advertisement going off. I just realized. I'll give you guys a minute. I'm gonna have a drink of water while that's happening. Hang on a second. Because otherwise, then, you know, who knows how this is gonna play out. Alright, so... Alright, so... So... The Vanir... Like, Freya obviously would be representing the Vanir to some degree alongside... Because I think her brother is dead as well. Meanwhile, I see you've gained the spear. Yeah, no, this is... Like, you have all three of his thingy-madiggies. Like, you have his Blades of Chaos, you have his axe, and I've just been going with the, Oh, Jesus, hang on. I've just been using the spear as, like, my preferred method. Alright, so... Different... We'd be gaining different masteries from the looks of it. Yeah, no, I understand. Because, like, it's up in the... Alright, hang on. So... 1, 2, 3, 4,
demands
R.
you drink.
I did drink. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I'll drink... Fine, I'll drink again, Bookie. I'll drink again. God, you're trying to make my... You're trying to, like, fill my stomach with fluid. God, I might need a piss at the next advertisement. Alright, so I can't go up there, because obviously the sand's in the way. Is the advertisement done yet? Not yet. Alright. 30 more seconds, and then we'll go to this thingy-madiggies. So... Cookie! For Bookie! Cookie for Bookie. How's it going, Bookie? Hopefully you're doing alright. So yeah. So Freya wants him on the council. Freya would be representing the Vanir. Thor's wife. I can't remember her name. The big booby blonde long hair lady. She had like real long hair and had like this really big fucking knot in it. Is your story over? What, like the talking thingamadiggy or the recap thingamadiggy? It doesn't matter. Moving on. Sif. Thank you, Sif. Ooh.
What is this?
That's his throne from Greece.
You recognize your old seat, don't you?
Ooh. The controller said that as well.
Kratos. I have not forgotten the debt I owe you.
Who said that?
Do you really think he understands this? This still feels reckless.
Here they are now.
That's odd. We're back outside, but we didn't... You know.
Sometimes you reach as far as you're ready to go. Valhalla's decision or yours? Does this mean you're done in there?
No.
Absolutely not.
I will discover who invited me. I believe I am close.
You're sure?
You celebrated your birthday yesterday? Happy birthday, Bookie! Happy birthday, Bookie! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday, dear Bookie! Happy birthday to you! Hi. Happy birthday, Bookie! So yeah, nice. Sushi Train and Saved Ice. There are so many S's there, but that's awesome. That sounds like actually a really good birthday. I would definitely have. Maybe I'll steal that idea. That's good. That's gonna be on my birthday next year. I'm gonna go for a Sushi Train instead. That will be good. Alrighty. Actually, hang on a second. I'm gonna turn on the lights in the office rather than sitting here in the dark with a giant light just going brrr into me. Alright. Here we go. Hands? Come on, hands. There we go. Alrighty, so. But yeah, say what? So yeah, so Sif would be representing the Asgard refugees, is my guess. Freya is representing the Vanir, and then we'd have all the different remaining realms joining together on her council, no doubt. So I guess us as Kratos, there would be the misinterpretation of us being a god of war.
We're fairly accustomed to dying at this point.
Don't be glib, Mimir. Valhalla restores you after honorable death in combat, but beyond that, it makes its own rules. And if you don't play by them, Kratos, the threat of death in there is real.
That is good to know.
If by good, you mean wildly disconcerting.
Nah. Why are you concerned, Mimir?
Truly.
Utgard Loki? Atreus isn't with us. He left...
Use every setback as a catalyst for progress. Don't lose heart.
Alright. So those are all the skills. Fully upgrade all stats. Defeat an encounter in the lower with a different Spartan ability equipped. Fully upgrade defense, and then there's adaptability. Okay, so we need to choose like different things for the spear. So, all right. Start another attempt when ready. Except perhaps by myself. I must return to that throne room and prepare my mind for what lays ahead. Alright, so... And then there's chess symbols, fleeting echoes, mastery, divine. Alrighty. So there's a lot more stuff. Discover and unlock various armor and weapon attachments to customize his appearance. This is cosmetic only and does not have any effect on the combat. Okay, let's get... Ooh. Found in a chest within Valhalla. Completing mastery tasks. Chaos, Rage, Mastery, Leviathan. Okay, so there's different levels of mastery, it seems. Sorrow of Sparta. Complete the first of the Rage Mastery, it seems. Some of this looks good. And then... yeah, okay, so we just need to complete different thingy-madiggies. Drop near spear. Alright, so we got the soldiers thingy-madiggies. Alright, so we got some cool looking things. And then the Blades of Chaos have like different handles. God damn it. You made me want to go to the bathroom. Fuck. Why did this have to happen after? Ooh, Grip of Sparta. And then Grip of Darkdale. 9 Realms, Healing Harmony. Let's go with this one. And then Waist Armor. Alright. And then we got side quests here. Let's have a look.
Let's see. Do these tasks, return here for rewards. Fair enough.
Quick and easy. Love it. Visit the labor maker. The labor marker to accept new labors. Environmental objects used. Okay, so that's all this sort of stuff. Alright, cool.
Perfection may be unattainable, but imagine striving for any less.
Tablet of Reflection. Oh, and hey, it's the war symbol. Upgrades unlocked here are permanent. Permanently increases your luck.
A durable improvement.
Give us a little bit of rage. And then give us a little more luck. There we go. Alrighty. Alright, let's change our rage. Selecting the Shimmering Spartan grants additional award on the next attempt. Well, I want to go with another variant, unless this one can give me a award on the next attempt. Alright. Let's see how we go with the Spartan shield. Because, like, that one is explaining that, like, you know, by going for the Spartan shield, the window of parrying is smaller. But let's see, like, how small that parry window is. Alrighty, and then... okay, it's about... it's not terrible. Alrighty. Well, chart... stun grabbing an enemy grants a rage burst. While charging, when you're mashing, will be deflected. Alright, let's go with this one. Let's go with the Blades of Chaos. Oh, that's our mural. That's what, Angraboda drew for us, or painted. What's it doing here? Alright, T. Go. Easy does it. Alright, next thing. Let's... Hang on, what's this one? Heavy runic attack. Yep, I like that one. Cyclones of Chaos is one of my faves. Alright. Alright, let's see. So... We're back in the Asgard Sanctum.
Look, brother, the fog's lifted. Valhalla's becoming more open to you, perhaps. So much to see in the distance there. You can see how all the little realm spaces connect to the higher plane. And those statues are certainly imposing.
I recognize them.
Oh.
They are judges of the underworld from my homeland.
Ah.
Oh.
You sound thrilled to see them again.
Souls they deemed righteous were granted entrance to the Elysian fields. Those deemed wicked were cast into Tartarus.
Ah, yes. Where the souls of the damned were tortured. Why has your mind manifested them here, I wonder?
Well, because Kratos has died like several dozen times, I imagine, and this is his whole judgment thing. Like, this is how he sees himself in Asgard, is that he has to prove himself. That's just my interpretation of the thing. Like, could be wrong. Could be, like, this is all Valhalla's doing, fucking with us. Let's see, can we use this thing? Defeating Valhalla's Chosen will unlock the Ascending Sands.
This is locked until we meet Valhalla's demands.
Defeat Valhalla's Chosen. Yeah, but... Okay, never mind. I guess Valhalla's Chosen isn't here. Or maybe... So yeah, we'll have to, like, explore further in, I guess. Alright. God, that is fucking imposing, isn't it? Alright. Go. Easy does it. Fortune strikes. Melee attacks have a luck chance to critically strike and cause a damaging explosion. Moderate luck chance to grant a blessing of runic on any last second invades. Alright, let's go with the fortune strike. I knew luck was going to be a good one to improve. Alright, grab some heals. And let's move on to the next area.
Ah, Midgard in memoriam. Ah, I'm starting to see there's no fixed order to the realms we'll visit here. Brother, whose voice was that we heard when Valhalla sent us back from the throne?
You heard it also.
Aye. Said he owes you a debt, was it? Someone who might lend us a hand, perhaps?
Unlikely. He was a god of peace, and we did not part on good terms.
And by that you mean... Yes, I see. No shortage of bitter old ghosts in these parts.
Which god is he talking about?
Memory, of course.
Because, like, the only quote-unquote god I can think of was, like, the son of the fates or something like that. And it was, like, and it was, like, this person that held onto the debt of or like the promise that Kratos made where his life would be in the hands of Ares for having his enemies destroyed or some shit. Blessing of Luck, we can't make that, we can't do that. Alright, cool. So, I wonder how many people have done like a naked run of this game, like just constantly go through it without any updates. Oh, Jesus.
Raider on the left! Behind you! Look out!
That one was not as successful as I hoped. Alright, so that door isn't open to us. Alright, what does this give us? Blessing of Fortune giving us 1 strength and 3 luck. Yep, I will go with that one.
Brother, that throne we saw, did you recognize it? Was it familiar?
It's his.
Mine. The throne I took from Ares. It is a throne of monsters.
Ah, the anxiety of power made manifest. A symbol you're no doubt meant to consider.
It is a symbol I reject.
That might not quite close the book on matters. A symbol can't be slain, destroyed, or ignored. The best measure is often to reclaim it, redefine it. Remind us it's not the throne, but the god who sits in it.
Alright, so we haven't yet been able to do that, because that requires a champion thingamajiggies. Alright, let's check the shop. More survival stuff. Blessing of Vitality to give us a little more vitality. Cyclone does more damage and gives us a bigger stun. Yeah, let's go for this upgrade. Alright, so that gives us a second upgrade. There we go. And then... Oh, I missed out on this chest. Alright, what does it give us? More Mastery Seals. Okay, Mastery Seals is fine. Oop. Okay, so the...
Watch your left!
Alright, so I was a little more panicky in that one than I really should have been. Blessing of Strength, Blessing of Virtue. Let's go with Virtue. I'm trying to, like, even out my stats a little bit more rather than, like, hyper-focusing.
2 fights in a row now. Valhalla's demands are escalating.
Gunman on the left!
Impressive!
Go. Well, that's his chosen slain. Yes. There we go.
Valhalla chose an enemy to face me. I sense there are more challengers like it to find. That is how we earn our way forward.
Whiplash. I have a moderate luck to grant a blessing of cooldown. Fog of Fimbulwinter. Alright, I'm pretty sure I didn't get the Fog of Fimbulwinter last time, so that's another, like, thing I'll grab then.
Now then, the path should be unlocked. Let's make our way up.
Alright. I know exactly where we need to go. So, because we've done, like, Valhalla's, like, slaying thingamadig. Health Burst. Fog of Fimbulwinter. Blessing of Serenity. Alright, let's go for the... Let's go for the health checkup. Because I feel like that one will be actually, like, useful. And then we can't do any of those upgrades. That's fine. I suppose that's, like, the risk of running it. Can we use this? No, we cannot. Alright, so we use this then. Sands of Ascension. Oh. Oh, god damn you. There we go. I was worried I was gonna die to that, but we did it. So wait, who was that? Fisky. What sort must a mortal be in life to be given such power and authority in Valhalla? To wield a scythe and defend territory with such vigor. I imagine this Fisk a farmer who took up arms against some threat and proved adept at slaughter. And for his valor, he is awarded an afterlife of more slaughter. I wonder whether he even has a choice. Alright, Rage Restoration or Blessing of Endurance? Let's go with the Blessing of Endurance. And another chest here, giving us mastery points. There we go. Good, good, good. Alright. Ow. We're back at the throne again.
Go suck a lemon.
Congratulations, old friend. You really are going places in Valhalla.
Oh, that's...
Is that really all you have to say?
the fucking
After
Helios.
all this time, can't muster up so much as hello for one of your most auspicious victims?
Hello, Helios. Where is Mimir?
How should I know? Why don't we go look for him?
Oh, and his head's different as well. All right, so yeah. So yeah, I didn't have to read the subtitles to know that it was Helios when I said it was Helios, okay? That was just a little bit behind the times. All right, so now we're in Muspelheim.
So, what's new with you, Kratos? Murdered any good pantheons lately? Devastated any populations with the cataclysmic consequences of your actions? Turned on any once trusted allies? You simply must bring me up to speed on your latest saga of blood-soaked vengeance.
I am that no longer.
You don't mean to say you've gone soft? Never believe it.
Combine this with
Once a
crests
Spartan,
from the
always a
other upper
Spartan.
realms to obtain
No,
divine
There's no fooling me, Kratos.
can be
You know
combined.
what they say. You can't hide in the shadows from a sun god. At least, that's what they should say.
I don't remember the sun. I don't remember Helios talking in the third game when his head was cut off and all that kind of shit. But who knows? Yeah. All right, we can't go that way. I can't go this way. All right, looks like we're just going for a long trek around. And it looks like we're trying to get to these chains. Is there like a third person? Yeah, there is. There he is. So, 1, 2, 3. They look similar, so... There we go. And then... Up we go. Alrighty. Alright, no. When it was cut off, he basically went the way of Medusa. Yeah, okay, so it was the same as Medusa in the first game.
Core is looking a little more familiar, isn't it? A mighty chain. Auspicious sign. You've always had such luck with chains. This is all gonna work out just great for you. I can feel it.
Helios, you're really getting on my nerve. Amazing that you've been able to slip into Mimir's role so quickly and be the antagonist. Okay. Is there any way across? Yeah, that makes sense. Ignore the fact that he didn't have his axe with him when he did that. Alrighty, so we can't go in any of those directions, so... But yeah, like, this is cool, seeing all this fucking Greek nonsense again. Like, I was worried it was just gonna be nothing but Valhalla, and you would have, like, a few enemies that were from the Greek mythos with same movesets or something, but it's nice that they've come up with, like, oh, here's an entirely different, like, environmental layout. Ooh.
Now this room must really take you back. Wasn't this the Chamber of Sacrifice? Where you let an Athenian soldier burn to a crisp, just so you could get past the room? Oh, those madcap early days. How you must miss them.
Oof. What do you think are the chances that he's gonna come alive?
What are you doing, Kratos? You mean to sacrifice me? Again?
Yes. Oh, here we go. just gonna bare knuckle these fuckers. Almost bare knuckled them.
Seems you'll need to push me along to get any. Oh, good. You're making eye contact as you push me towards my demise.
Something like that.
Little personal touch. Really lets me know where I stand. Especially after such a long and agonized deliberation over what to do. Oh, how reluctant you'll tell people you were to sacrifice me to the flames. I hate to disappoint you, you blithering idiot. But you do remember I'm a sun god, right? You think I'm afraid of a little fire?
I think you are.
Me with a good time, Kratos. Maybe I'll be infused with power and achieve my final form. Maybe I'll explode and take you with me. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see.
Yes, let's. Oh, more of them. Ooh! Oh, that's a different, that's the fucking Blade of Olympus. Legacy is now available as a Spartan Rage. Nice.
Time for another push. Let's go.
Oh, that's right. Alrighty then.
Okay, seriously, Kratos, get me out of this cage. It's not funny anymore.
I think it's funny.
Boost me in a win on a presumption that it's what Valhalla wants from you. Have you ever considered that maybe your instincts are just random thoughts that pop into your head, no more likely to be true than the next? Maybe consider that. Quickly.
Alright, let's give it a try. Shouldn't the sword be lost? This is a memory of Valhalla, so it's probably...
I swear you haven't changed one solitary... Brother?
Oh...
Over here. Over here.
That's not good. Okay, you're gonna need to think something cleverer than this.
No! Get me out of here! Brother! What is this?
This isn't great.
I'm trying! Brother! Please!
Ah, that's not... Fuck.
Do not panic! We will simply return to the gate.
I don't think so! I think you've broken how Valhalla works!
Oh...
I think this is it, brother!
That's a little bit crazy. Oh, who the fuck is...
Let's get you out of here! Sigrun! Love, you're burning! Supposed to be here! Hokari Fatal!
Shit. I don't know if the sword should be lost or not, because he did stab himself with it and shit, but... Yeah... Okay.
Oh no! You poor thing, look at you. You shouldn't have done that.
Oh, heal, dummy. You and Kratos would not.
Aw.
But you're safe now.
Seeker, I'm sorry. I've been so foolish.
Later, love. I need a moment.
We are forever in your debt.
As I will be forever in yours.
It's gonna be a bit of a fun little run next time when we talk with Mimir.
My lady! Stop. You've seen me worse. I'm not sure about that, boss.
Okay.
I can't heal.
Start another attempt when ready. Alright, so... Oh, okay, so we have to do it in order. Rage... And defeat an Encanto in their lower realms with a different rage equipped. Okay, so I now need Wrath, and then I need to use Dauntless. Alrighty then.
Well, that was altogether bloody terrifying. One moment I'm in a forest, the next I'm in a cage full of fire.
You changed into Helios and back again. It was unpredictable.
I'll say. I'm truly not sure if we've gone too far, or if we've come too far to stop.
We are not stopping. I must face this.
I know, brother.
Alright, so that changes the appearance.
We did more things and more things to do. Check.
Check. Got ourselves some mastery seals and some spirit seals. It's great. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the sword wasn't ever, like, gone.
Another of those spots for bargaining with Valhalla. Best improve where you can. Valhalla's not big on apples.
When it exits combat with critical low health, he regenerates up to 10% full. Regenerates 3% of his health when looting legendary chests and rifts. Starting each attempt with a resurrection stone. Permanently increase the luck. So, because we're not having too big of a health issue right now, so... And then I'll give you a little bit of strength. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. Alright, so what's this one? Upgrades unlocked here are permanent and affect Valhalla itself. Very low chance of finding light runic attacks already upgraded to level 2. Increases the number of glyphs sold by Tablets of Endeavor to 2. The most valuable resource in Valhalla, used for the most powerful upgrades of the Shore Tablet retained on death. Enter Valhalla with 100, like, starting thingamadiggies. Broaden chances of attaining mastery seals from breakable pots. They emit a glowing purple aura and are hidden throughout these lands. Cool. Alright, I'm not going to use any of the spirit stuff. Alrighty. Next, thingy. Wrath. Dauntless. Alrighty, here we go. Next trials. Also, I did not double check what the deal is with the fit for high risk, high reward parries. Ah, okay, so... yeah, so yeah, that one you have to time, like, base almost perfectly and shit. There we go. Go. So yeah, that range is going to be very difficult. Defeat an encounter with a different shield equipped. Alright, so now we go to Onslaught next. And then for the Rage, we need to return to Gungnir. Completing Labors. Defeat your opponents in the Proving Grounds with different shields. Yep, okay. Alright, Evasive Blades. Triggers a Realm Shift. Dramatically increases the power of the spinning... Alright, let's go with that one. That one's a lot more powerful. Alright. On we go.
Behind you, brother!
A lot of button mashing, I will be real with you, but it doesn't like hate me for the button mashing at least. Increases the gain rate of the permafrost immolation and maelstrom skill gauges by 30%. Increases the rate at which... Let's increase the rage. Mists of Helheim. We have not used the Mist of Helheim. Good morning, John Star-Lord Hufflepuff. It's the evening for me, but welcome. How's it going? You doing good? We're going through the roguelike DLC for God of War Ragnarok.
Memory of Vanaheim now. Brother, I beg you not to remember the exploding plants.
Nah, no
Say
promises.
about a forest. You remember being elsewhere when Helios took your place.
Aye. Yes, I didn't mention that while we were plummeting, but yes, I was in a forest.
The symbols on the gateway indicate what lie ahead and can help inform choices. Open the menu, then press L3 to view the symbols. Alright, leading to a weapon, to a refill, to fleeting.
Got my old body too.
Alright, so... a mix of all glyph types.
To be honest.
Do you wish to return there?
I can't say I don't. I'm concerned, but I'm more than curious. Guess my memories are fair game in here as well. Don't suppose they'll just stick to the pleasant ones, will they?
Unlikely.
Alrighty.
Behind you!
Bifrost everywhere! Your shield, brother! Use it, yeah?
Yes! You had a good... You're having a good night so far? I miss what Mimir said. He was talking about the forest of his youth. The springtime of youth. For some reason, Guy Sensei pops into my head. Alright. Stats. Increase melee damage during Realm Shift. Runic attacks do increased damage against status effect. No. Because we've got, like, the Realm Shift thing, which happens with this guy. We just need to, like, increase the thingy-madiggies. Alcove of Offering. So it's both offered here? Also, the chain is broken. That chain used to go, like, up and down, and now it's not that. That costs 40 health. This one costs 40 rage.
Not afraid of a little give and take, I see.
The Permafrost Maelstrom skill gauge is increased when blocking and parrying. Yep, let's go with that one. And then this one wants a health sacrifice to give us a weapons glyph. Thankfully, it's not a permanent hit. It's just the resource, which we can gain back through playing the game and breaking the gems and what have you. Increases the power of the freezing throw skill, which is... Yep, okay. And then precision throws has a luck to cause an additional burst. Let's just go with freezing flow thing. Alright. Just don't die. Should be easy enough. Alright, so that door isn't open. Alright, so we got 2 doors. One looks to be of the skills. What's the other one? Fleeting Echoes from the looks of it? Alright. Let's go with the Fleeting Echoes and see what it gives us. Because we're trying out different doors and what have you.
Right side, brother.
That's your head gone. Rope-a-dope this fucker. Or just cut him in half.
Sure.
Almost there. Immaculate vibes. Thank you for the immaculate vibes. I appreciate it. Alrighty. So, is there any heal thingy-madiggies? Because I did take a bit of a health hit there. Yep, cool. Awesome. And it will give us echoes for our trouble. The echoes is temporary, however, so understandable. And we're back in Asgard.
Why don't we talk about that image of you in the shrine we keep seeing? If Valhalla keeps pulling it out of your head, it must have some significance to you. Could it be that the idea of being loved and respected is a fair mite better than the alternative? Now hear me out. And it's not as though I'm the smartest man alive or anything. But don't you think joining Freya's council could put you in a position to walk that path? To earn that path?
That would be a poor reason to accept. Ambition is poison.
Give that upgrade, giving us more frost. Give us some rage. Give us some health. There we go. Achoo! Excuse me. Ooh. Alright. This is the weapon ruin door.
Look out! You're on fire, Kratos. It will pass.
Alright. What does game call anyway? This is God of War Ragnarok. They released a free DLC, which is basically this roguelite epilogue for Kratos, where it's called Valhalla. So he's been invited here for some reason, and he's sort of delving into his past and such, because Valhalla is built off of memory. So we're trying to like figure out. So the mysteries we're trying to solve are: what is Valhalla trying to teach Kratos? Who invited Kratos into the first place? And then there's like a side thingy-majiggy of whether or not he's going to accept joining Freya's council as a god of war. While wielding an axe, gain a moderate of hitting a frosted enemy to receive a blessing of runic. Killing with a attack causes a shockwave and refrosts. I will go with that one. And this one is a proving thing. Thank you for the good insight, by the way.
Use a shield strike, brother.
Oop.
Here's the one Valhalla singled out for you.
Ow, Jesus.
Careful, brother. You're covered in Bifrost. Be wary of that tail.
There we go.
Got him. Count it, Valhalla.
Yeah, that didn't go as, like, cleanly as I had hoped. I did a lot of button mashing then. Are you a zebra by chance are you a zebra by any chance a furry? Yes. Oh, there's a raid! Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, passenger. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. It would normally be written on my shirt, but it's not written on my shirt. This is a theme shirt as we're playing God of War Ragnarok. This is the DLC that got released this morning for us. This is the epilogue to God of War Ragnarok. So if you've not like played through or watched someone play through God of War Ragnarok, there's probably a lot of spoilery details because it's going to be discussing some stuff from what looked to be the Greek trilogy God of War and from the Norse trilogy. Sorry, not Norse trilogy, but the Norse duology, the Norse duology of God of War and God of War Ragnarok. So just warnings out there, by the by. So yeah. How was the Sojourn, passenger? Scouring with an access electric. I don't think I have that weapon glyph, so I'll grab that one. Alright, T. It was good? Nice.
The way up should be clear now. Whenever you're ready.
Alright, T. Oh. Oh, yes! I did not realize I was gonna survive that one. And that realm shift is gone. Drakey. A lot of mind-bending graphics. It is... Oh, the Sojourn? Interesting. Okay. Alright. You like my outfit? You're also a big fan of the zebra... Thank you, John Star, Lord Hufflepuff. Mimir feels more guilt for the damage done by introducing a Drakey into Svartalfheim. Made enough of a mark on me that I seem to carry that guilt into Valhalla. Without you, the fight is harder, but our way of finishing the beast together is what I miss most. And then there's Helios. Valhalla has manifested a sun god from my homeland. I never told you of Helios. An Olympian who crossed my path in my hunt for revenge.
What if we held hands as a treat?
I'm going to take that opportunity to go for a quick bathroom break while there's an advertisement. So, hang on a second. So, ding, ding, ding. All right, so announcement. Quick bathroom break. If you don't like seeing a 3-minute ad, consider... There we go. All right. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. You go suck a lemon, furry cures. I'm just going to go to the bathroom because I do need a piss. I'll be back. Don't you worry. I'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back with a minute to spare. So Valhalla has manifested a sun god from my homeland. I never told you of Helios, an Olympian who crossed my path in my hunt for revenge. I needed his power and gained it by separating him from his head. I am not proud of what I did, which Valhalla is using as a tool to provoke me. He is quite unpleasant, and I am glad you will never have to meet him. Alright. Relics in Valhalla have an extremely short cooldown, but limited charges. You activate a right with don't. All right. Recharge them at a Tablet of Endeavor. Pushing enemies back with a force and grants an aura of protection. Applies stun. I'm gonna go with the hilt of fours for whatsamahoozies. What is that little tiny one figure? What, like the things that were jumping around, or the thing that was like up at the top left? There we go. And then refill our health. We'll find means of getting more health. There we go.
Oh, I see now. We must keep the primordial realms up here on the top shelf. Getting back to that image of you on the shrine. I'll grant you ambition can be a poisonous motive, but your ambitions are only to help people, not for your own glory, right? Make the world a better, safer place. I think maybe that image of you is symbolic of your desire to walk a righteous path. Valhalla's little signpost.
You are sure accepting Freya's offer is the right thing for me? Or for the realms?
I think we're here to make sure about that. One way or the other.
Small character jumping from Omega about crazy. Oh, that is the intro fighter. So you're thinking of, hang on a second, let me find it. You're thinking of, I have a button. Nope. 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 No. Where is it? Where is it? Huh. It's not here. I know what you're talking about. It's called Intro Fighters. I have it displayed on whatever screen I'm on during a an advertisement break. So then that way, like, you know, people can see like some action going off while there's an advertisement. And so those who are even like, yeah. I might need to rethink how I deal with advertisement, so I'm not jumping ahead too far in the game, or whether I just simply ignore it. Oh, I'm sold out on the two things. Okay. The miss. Okay. There we go. That looks to be everyone. More mastery seals is always nice. Just scanning my eyes over the horizon. And then out of the mist again, over to the next door.
Ah, we're up by those statues now. Judges, did you say? Perhaps the higher planes of Valhalla correspond to the deepest reaches of your memory.
Yeah, but the three are standing again. The last time, like, just recently, they were broken. Now, this time, they're fine. They're together. Which brings us now back to basically the Olympus iconography.
Hello, me again.
If I must carry you, make yourself useful. Say what you see in battle.
Aye, aye, asshole. Please, take your sweet, sweet time.
Relic recharge costs a lot. Health burst superior requires a chaos and a drop near. Oh, that takes spirit to do that as well. Costs 250 echoes. So all this costs money as well. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Where does this take us?
They locked you out. Guess we better poke around the old neighborhood. See what sorts of acquaintances are looking to reconnect.
So I need 3 of Valhalla's Chosen. Enemy difficulty will increase as each level of the timer elapses. Will halt upon returning to the Ascending Sands. Alright. Alright, we don't have all the time in the world, so we're gonna have to start with the far right and work our way. Alrighty.
This one looks easy. If easy is what you're all about.
There we go. Break you. Alright, that's...
Suppose Valhalla's impressed with that.
Holding for several seconds will trigger a high stun explosion on the next successful block or double tap. Let's go with that. There we go.
A moderate challenge here. More challenge, more loot, and... From behind, incoming! There's the target Valhalla's marked. Right side, incoming!
Use that to gain some health back. Alrighty, get the little hole. There we go. While wielding an axe, gain on hitting and receiving a runic thingy. Generate. Alright. On. Darn it.
Only getting harder as you delay, Kratos. Watch your left.
Go. Alrighty, hopefully the timer doesn't go up when it's... Yep, it doesn't, I don't think. Skill charge that when hitting a status effect. Spartan Rage. Wrath's activation shockwave consumes on nearby enemies to cause massive damage. Alright, let's go with the afflicted thingy-ma-dig. Alright, here we go. Oh, not these guys!
Float.
I don't think that will kill them. Oh, it does. Never mind.
Kill a monster, I see. I do believe that's all of them. The way up.
Yep. There we go. While wielding the axe, stun grabbing an enemy provides a blessing of... Nah. I think that's... So it looks like the weapon thingy-majiggy is full now. Alrighty. Back up we go. How do we get out of here? Hopefully I'm leaving the correct direction. I think we are. Good. Good, 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 good. Oh, god damn you. Alrighty, and... Blessing of Spirit. Now let's go for more strength and defense. If it wouldn't also hurt Mimir, you would put him in the put Helios in the mist. Fair. Oh.
And things just got harder. Did you forget that haste is a factor here?
Yeah, I kind of forgot. There we go. What are you going to be doing tomorrow morning? I am going to be working.
Cage, are we? I guess Valhalla is giving you a second chance.
There we go.
Party. Well, now it's a party. More enemies on your left.
Go and
Behind, watch out!
break those wings.
What are you planning to do this time, Kratos? Wait, no, don't tell me. The suspense is honestly the only thing keeping me awake back Here's a radical thought for you. Maybe it only counts as a sacrifice if you give up someone you value. I think we all know that.
Oh.
You'll never guess their weak spot.
I think I know their weak spots. Greek foes can siphon Spartan rage, strike the tethered with the appropriate weapon before rage is lost. Oh, okay, that's very troll-like. I've seen this fashion of attacks before. Oh, but we got them in the eye this time. There we go.
Here we are. Let's see what brilliant move you've thought of.
He's gonna put himself in there this time. Isn't he? He's gonna put himself in there.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, Furry Cures.
Kratos? Surely you're not supposed to. You know what? Never mind. I'd like to see this.
Alright. Oh. He survived it. But this doesn't look like the shores.
Brother?
Oh, where are we now?
It is very bright when it happens.
Tyr!
Oh.
The invitation was yours.
I would have signed it, but it was important you come here for your own reasons.
Then you're not an illusion.
You're in the flesh, old friend.
This is the actual Tyr as well. Someone pointed out, like, that whenever, like, you're talking about the real Tyr, there's, like, this little accent on top of the Y. And when we first saw Tyr in Svartalheim, the one that was actually Odin instead of actual Tyr, there wasn't an accent on top of the Y. So that was, like, the little hint that things were off the first time we found Tyr. So it's interesting that they've kept the little accent on. You'll notice it in the subtitles if you pay attention. They've kept the accent for Tyr in this one. So we're definitely talking to the actual Tyr that is, you know, actually him and such.
I know what you're wrestling with, Spartan. I understand it better than you realize. The shame. The doubt. The question I could find no answer for until I came here. Lifetimes ago. Stepped through that door.
Okay.
What is in there?
I'm not here to spoil that for you. Only to help you prepare.
Why?
Because I can. Because for us, fighting occupies the body, while our minds work out the rest.
Oh.
Because you're not ready. Yet.
I see. All right.
Show me.
Oh!
Why exactly are you attacking us?
Consider it a kind of trial by combat, Mimir. When Kratos can get the better of me, we'll know his mind has done the work. Deftly done, Kratos. That is formidable, Kratos.
Oh.
A man at war with himself places a deficit upon his focus. He is impatient, emotional, easily surprised. A man at one with himself has a clearer mind, sharper instincts.
It's interesting that Tyr is the one who's giving us these lessons. Because... Oh. Oh.
Come on.
Oh.
On your guard. Behind you. Come on. Good. I'd expect nothing.
Yes.
Come on.
Oh.
Come on. Come on.
Yes. Ooh. Mm. Oh.
Well done, Kratos. I yield.
Oh. That... How much...
Perhaps you are ready now.
Tyr was definitely testing us then.
Honestly, nobody can truly say that but you.
Tyr has been revealed as having sent me the invitation to Valhalla. Despite my initial doubts, I do not question his intentions. He feels a kinship with me and only wishes me to find my path. He only wishes to help me find my path. He is among the most formidable opponents I have ever faced, and I feel my skills grow. But his insights into my struggle is just as valuable. I now understand firsthand why he was so beloved in his time. Also, for some reason, my I kept the spacebar held in for some reason. So, can we talk to you a little bit more? Like, how is he here? Because this is
Don't
like...
make me send you to Jesus myself.
Because we're still technically within Valheim and shit, because we have all the Greek structures around us, so... Is it just like a thing of Valheim where he can technically come in here and so long as he's following the rules of Valheim, he's able to do what needs to be done? Because they made the point that he's not an illusion. Oop. What? Kratos? No, come on. We went this far.
I am not ready.
Yet. But we will get you there.
Why does it look like Olympus? Because this is Kratos's, because Valheim is based off of the memories of the dead. And in this case, it's based off of Kratos's life, which is why there's all the Greek structures, iconography from earlier, and why we fought a troll earlier on. You gotta keep up with these things, Fairy Cures. New eternal labor unlocked. The cycle. This labor awards divine triumphs and resets each time you defeat Tyr. The cycle can be found in the goals under labors, pressing to access.
Place of constant flux. Adaptability gives us a means to navigate
What?
the uncertainty.
Kratos? Oh yeah, no. Kratos has died a lot of times. He died at the beginning of God of War 1, technically speaking. He died in God of War 2 as well, and technically died in... Or, no, he visited Hell in God of War 3. Like, Kratos has died multiple times. This dude... Like, so it's because of this whole, like, passing through death and shit like that, that he's probably able to enter into Valheim and shit like that as a warrior and what have you. So, yeah. Can't talk to her. Alright. But there was new shit provided. So. We can now upgrade the look of the Dropnir. The Blades of Chaos. Python Axe is looking better. Now, how did we get the Woes of Sparta? Complete Rage Mastery 1. I thought we did. Or did they include the 4th Rage as their thing? Alright.
Fresh rewards with a side of new opportunities.
Valhalla is impressed.
Shield Maiden.
Please, accept this. Once again,
Yes!
you rise to the occasion. I hear you like stories. I got one for you.
Oh, story time? Story time? Okay, let's hear it. Story time!
I wasn't born with the privilege of some of my sisters in arms. I wasn't bred for greatness. I was just the daughter of some poor innkeeper. Matter of fact, I wasn't even his. He just raised me after somebody left me there. I didn't have much going for me, but I had one thing. I wasn't afraid of anyone. If somebody was asking for a punch in the face, I never thought twice. Brought a heap of trouble on myself that way, it's true. But I sure learned how to fight. Enough for now. I'll pick that up later.
Nice. Alrighty, let's get the Spartan gear. Hang on a second. There we go. He's just there. Nice. But yeah, so because of the rules, Kratos is able to go into Valheim and such, and Valheim is built off of his memories, and his memories are obviously of Greece and his time in the Midgard and the different 9 realms. Starting a Resurrection Stone. Each attempt starts with a Resurrection Stone. Starts with 2 Resurrection Stones. Interesting. When looting legendary chests and rifts, he regenerates a total of 10, 20, 30%. Okay. I'm gonna grab these then. These seem appropriate, so... Oh, and they can even... Okay. That requires 96. That requires 20. I reckon I got enough health as is. So I'm going to go for the final level of the critical health regen thing. And then I'm going to go into the rage. Because then that way, like, that keeps up with things. Adds an empty slot to the glyph table, allowing to equip one more thingy diggy per attempt. Visual armor embodying a cold night. The reflective stones in Alfheim. Crystals in the Something Cave, the Wild Howls, the Raven Tears, and the serene meadows of the afterlife. Interesting. Let's get more defense. And let's go with cooldown. Alright, so we got that. Oh, we got more mastery tasks done, so... Sanctuary Barrows. Keys to unlock Sanctuary Barrows can now be acquired from the Tablet of Influence.
Encouraging to know Valhalla wants to help.
A small increase in the amount of echoes earned from defeating enemies. Entering Valhalla with 100 echoes. Earn a very small amount of additional spirit seals and mastery when defeating Valhalla's Chosen. You know what? I'm going to activate that one just so then that way we have like an early investment thing. Excuse me. Because I feel like there's a lot of Valhalla's Chosen that we'll need to go through. Can be used to permanently remove a sanctuary banner inside the sanctuary. Keys available, 8. Very low chance to offer 3 choices instead of 2. Level 2, level 2. Increase the number of glyphs sold by the tablet in the lower realms. In the upper realms. I'm not gonna alter any of the offerings yet.
Shield Maiden.
For you, each accomplishment is a stepping stone to further.
And Vari's majestic armor. Nice. More stories? Ooh, but we got more mastery seals. Alright, what are we gonna apply this to? How many? Okay, so we need divine triumphs to level up those. That requires divine masteries. That requires divine masteries. Okay, these only require divine masteries at the end. Alrighty, so let's... And there we go. I reckon that will be a good amount. Alright.
We are all impressed by your progress, gentlemen.
Relics can now be equipped at the relics pedestal when starting an attempt. More can be found and unlocked within Valhalla. Alright, so we got 7 charges. Can now be equipped at the relic pedestal when starting an attempt. More can be found and unlocked. Yep. Charge the sword to sacrifice health and deal damage based on the amount of health lost. Create a shockwave that deals high stun to surrounding enemies. Grant an aura of invulnerability. Alright, we'll go with that one. Stone wall next. And legacy.
Past made manifest.
A dangerous memory.
Restore a small amount of rage by parrying attacks and killing enemies. Exit the state early by using the command again. Alright. Increases the mastery gain on this run.
Sigrun.
How fares your journey?
We have uncovered our host. It is Tyr.
Tyr, you say?
Aye, and no projection either.
I never knew his connection to Valhalla was so strong. But then, he goes back further than I do. Fascinating.
Huh. Okay, so that explains why he's able to get in and out, because I thought the Valkyries would have had a very special connection, but I guess his is older.
You're back inside. It seems Valhalla has arranged something special for you in the throne room. See you again soon, Kratos.
Alright. Alright. Oh, we get 3 options now. The path of blades, spear, or axe. Pretty sure. Let's go for the path of blades. I don't think we did that last time. There's our mural again, the one with the... Nothing's changed with that.
Behind you!
Let's go with this heavy runic attack, tame the beast. Alright. Shield against status consume the and cause and damaging elemental explosion. Let's go with this gold perk here. So far, this is fun. I would honestly play this, like, off-stream a lot as well, just because of the offline grind that can happen.
Know this.
Oh.
You remember this, Kratos. The memory is vivid. A familiar scene to any that know your legend.
This is when he promised himself to Ares.
Aye, you've spoken of this, brother. The pact you made with Ares to stave off the barbarian horde.
The day I sold my soul to a god of war. Why show me this?
Well, if I had to guess, probably to make you feel like the piece of shit you are.
Is he necessary?
He's no part of my design. He's either Valhalla's or yours.
At least he hasn't replaced me again. Not yet, anyway. Seems a real charmer.
Hey, I'm now matching with Kratos without the shirt. Thank you, Sir Dragon. Nice. Alfheim?
How you drag much of your time in Alfheim, then?
What's this?
Tell me, who was Kratos of Sparta?
Ooh.
To Ares?
I was the youngest captain in the Spartan army. I had gained a reputation for my skills in combat, my command on the battlefield, but also my aggression. I was determined to never lose, and until then, never had. My men were loyal, fiercely so.
How many Spartans did you command?
Not enough that day.
How many barbarians?
Thousands.
Okay. So, we need to find a door. Hi there, Deskew! Oh no, you tripped, and you're... No. You couldn't just give me a normal hug? You couldn't just be like, hugs! You had to, like, fall into my bosom, didn't you? Ah, here's a door. Alright. Ow. Fucking flashbang again.
Behind you! Incoming!
Well, that's a neat trick.
Above you! Watch out!
Quite a new power Valhalla's
go.
conjured for you. That sword isn't something full of terrible memories, I hope.
What do you think?
It's filled with terrible memories. Absolutely is filled with terrible memories, Mimir. Like, this is a sword that was gifted to him by Zeus to absorb his power so that Zeus could use it to kill him. And then the Blade of Olympus he used in God of War 2 and 3 in order to kill other kind of gods and what have you. And then he used it to kill himself, hence why he has the scar in his stomach from God of War 2 still. A quick Cyclone of Chaos. Okay, I think Flames of Anguish I have not used yet, so we're gonna go with Flames of Anguish. We are in a very experimentally phase right now.
Tyr, why help prepare me to take your old position? Why not fulfill it yourself? You seem capable.
To the mortals of these realms, I am an ancient myth, long out of mind. The days I could hope to unify these realms are long past. But they see you as the hero of Ragnarok. You are known and respected. And from what I have seen, you're the most qualified by far.
Aw, thank you, Tyr.
Well, this is an unusual little corner of Valhalla, isn't it?
Chamber of Radamanthus. Never heard of such a thing before.
The wee bastard's about to explode!
There we go. Can retire in peace one day. Dude's been through a lot. He has been through quite a bit. And between the events of, like... There we go. Alright, I get my shirt back, which is excellent. Nice! You're about... half your personality is being cute.
Who knows what's waiting for you in that mist?
Alrighty. There we go. So that's the first one emptied. So there's these puzzles again. That's fine. We'll just need to figure out where each of them are. Alrighty. I reckon. There we go. That's another one done. 97% cute on you, Xerix. That's amazing. Maximum cuteness, indeed. Alrighty. So, we need to find 2 other markers. They shouldn't be impossible. Ah, here we go. Alright, let's see. Can we reach it? Yep. That's 2. Now to find the 3rd. Shouldn't be impossible. We just need to find the last one. And I don't want to open that bridge just in case it is technically, like, I can't, like, walk back through it, so... Do you see it, chat? Wait, did it? No, it didn't. I didn't think it was hiding under there. So we got that thing there. Doing the mist and all. Ah! That will do it. Alrighty, let's see what this gets us. Wronk. 3 Chaos Crests. Hang on. Does it explain to me what kind of crests they are? Resources. Key items. Symbolizes a chosen path. It can be used to purchase greater rewards and combine with other crests to obtain divine triumph. Alright. Nice, and we get...
meant to choose one chest or the other.
Oh. Alright, so that's a stat. That's a runic attack. And that's a perk. Let's go for a runic attack. Mountain Splitter, Mists of...
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Let's go with this one. I don't think I've had that one before. Oh, we have to bring the axe with us, I suppose. Is Tyr making him a god of war again? I reckon it is, but it's trying to make him a god of war similar in vein to what Tyr was for the Norse realms, rather than how Kratos was for the the Greek realm.
A greater reward. Are you tempted?
Disables the use of resurrection stones for 5 encounters. Increases immunity while evading and last second to evade. Fires a volley of... Oh, hang on. Let's go with this one. Let's give this a try. Yep, not seen that one before. Oh, I just realized my thingy-majiggy could have gone into that sword one, which would have given me a relic most likely. Alright. And then another... Okay, so which of the... So, the options are perk or weapon. And... let's see. Rage, skill, adaptability, travel mastery. Refill stats and a mixed glyph. Alrighty.
Right side!
There we go. More fleeting echoes. Thank you very much. Alright, costly damage, 2 more encounters. Limited healing, 4 more encounters. This is going to be Ares represents the bloodied side of war. Athena represented the logistical side. Yeah, she was... Well, Athena was more... Oh, no, I'm thinking of Artemis. Sorry. So, yeah, because you're right. Athena was, like, sort of this representation of war, and Ares was a representation of war as well. Artemis is of the hunt. I thought Athena was of the hunt, but yeah, I was wrong. Let's see. Increases the attack of when permafrost simulation skills are fully charged. Let's go with the momentous. Let's go with the momentum one. And let's do our best with this. This is going to be a tough one.
Watch out! Behind you, brother! Behind you! Look out! Valhalla's got a bounty on that one! Left side, Bifrost!
Where the fuck are... Oh, there they are. Could be close. Oh, Jesus. There we go. None left. Oh wait, one left. The fuck are they? Where? Where is this crazy Bifrost user? Where are they? Have I... There they are. Got him.
That's the one you needed.
Alrighty, open this. Probably fused within him after stabbing himself with it tries. Possibly. Very possible. Or it could be the fact that it's something that is here in Valhalla because it's part of his memories and what have you, and hence why it's being used. Let's see. Increases all by 15, increases the skill gain when striking a burned enemy. I'm just gonna go with a simple Blessing of Honor. It's gonna give me a little bit of extra stats down the line, which is gonna be helpful. Alrighty, let's see where this store... Ow. Where this door leads me. Once again in Alfheim.
Splendid. I think we're free and clear to take the way up now.
Can I keep exploring is the question. Like, I've got Valhalla's Chosen thingy-majiggy. Could I just cheap it and go for another run around the, what's-a-mahoozies? Nah, it doesn't look like I can.
A little boost this time around, maybe?
Blessing of Luck. We don't have the echoes for it. We don't have an echoes for a lot of these things, unfortunately. That's unfortunate, but let's see how we go. Go. And while we were in a rage, we knocked his head off. Oh, we didn't use the Blade of Chaos for it. But oh my god, there was such a huge bloom going off. Alrighty. Turn that off.
At last we're rid of that little curse.
Alright, throw 3 bio that swerve into enemies. Apply a mark to nearby enemies. Attacking a marked enemy reduces cooldown of the equipped weapon. Killing a marked enemy grants a Blessing of Runic. Let's give it a try. And then... thing. And then... restores rage. Let's get a Blessing of Strength. Alright, so we got ourselves some Divine Triumph and some Mastery. We're doing alright. We lost quite a bit of the echoes because of taking damage.
What a thrill.
Oh. And we've got Helios on our back again.
I must say, It's genuinely hard to think of anything stupider than pledging your soul to Ares of all people. I mean, any of Zeus's brood are bound to be garbage, present company by no means excluded. But Ares made a real art out of being vicious and depraved. Though, I suppose I can't begrudge you your role model. I see you still use the blades he gave you. Can you really say you regret a decision, and still keep benefiting from the trappings of that decision? I'm not sure, I'm just asking. You ever tried to do the math on how many people died as a result of your little collaboration? Like contemplating the grains of sand on a beach, isn't it? Just overwhelming, honestly.
And Helios, you're a real asshole some days. All the power he's had up to that point throughout the series? I think some points, yeah.
Looks like someone left you a party favor. Oh, and it's a symbolic totem of your shame. That's so thoughtful.
You had Helios's head instead of Mirmir's. Yeah, this is the third time we've now got Helios on our back instead of Mimir. All right, continue to Greece.
Oh, I meant to ask, how did you like setting yourself on fire?
It was
Truly
absolutely
entertaining
painful.
Stuff. Sorry to miss how it ended up. I think maybe you still have some ash on your skin. Am I crazy?
Alrighty, what sort of misery things do we have? Reduces the damage and stagger potential of all of Kratos' triangle attacks for 4 encounters, giving us the whiplash deflection. Or Bifrost will be inflicted when killing enemies. Oh, I don't like that. Neither of those are good things. What's this? 1,000 fleeting echoes, which I do not
Always
have.
looking for an edge. Is this a game to you?
Yeah. All right. Whoop. Yep, it doesn't want us doing that, so now comes the fun bit. Alright, down the center we go to...
A siren? Cover my ears! Kratos!
Okay, weird. I know there's an ad break.
Ruthless as ever, Kratos. Break the tether, quickly! Why are you using that weapon? Are you confused?
Go. 2.5.
And stay dead.
Let's have a look. Hurling into the sky. Yeah, I don't think I have those. Upon completion of
Go
a rift
suck a
encounter.
lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Hi there. Hi there, Morse. Welcome to the stream. I'm going through the, I'm going through God of War Ragnarok's DLC. How's it going?
The intended target has fallen. Way to go, killer.
Alrighty. You doing pretty good? Nice. Cookie for Angrel.
Who are these lowlifes? Right side, you bastard! Is that the aroma of lifted heart?
Have a low luck chance to restore some cooldown for the equipped weapons. I will go for that one. You saw me and Kratos wearing matching shirts. Yeah! That's exactly how this works. Alright, here we go.
Looks like they're bringing a parade scene. Horns, the horns! Behind you, watch out!
Go, punch that. And break his neck. No! Oh, that was terrible. This is the first time technically this is the second time I've now, like, failed through a run. What's the story with the new head on his butt? So, that's Helios. That's a god that he beheaded in God of War 3.
Glug, glub,
Not
glug,
forget to
glug,
strike a
glug.
bargain with Valhalla while we're out here. Every advantage helps.
Sippy time. There we go. Oh, and headphones nearly broke. Hang on. There we go. So yeah, so that's Helios. He cut his head off in God of War 3, and he functions similarly to the Gorgon's head back in God of War 1 for stun purposes.
In the face of change, those who adapt triumph, while the rigid falter.
Noted. Cool looking attire. Excuse me. Yeah, it is the shores.
Great progress, but always more to be done.
You find repeat mechanics funny and the circumstances to reenact them?
Back to my story.
Yeah. Ooh, more story time. I want to listen. Continue, please.
So, there I was, Little Miss Brawl Magnet. If I wasn't starting the fight, I was the first one charging in to join it. Maybe it's something in the Asgard water, but it seemed like there was always a fight to be had. I guess I needed the rush, something to keep me sharp, feeling alive. I was driven without fear or frankly much sense to hold me back. Got myself a bit of a reputation, and that ended up being a problem. This notorious bully I'd humiliated held on to a grudge and tried to track me down. Found out way too easily who I was and where I lived. Set out to teach me a lesson. We'll pick it up there when you progress further.
Alrighty then. But yeah.
It's never been easier to be better. And that benefit's good to last.
Alright, so 125, 175. So I need 300 mastery seal now for that. Let's increase our strength. And let's put a little bit into vitality now. There we go. Mm-hmm. So we can get Sanctuary Keys. Leviathan crests and drop near chests give us divine triumphs. Small increase in the amount of earned from defeating enemies. So we've done this. So we've done Valhalla's Chosen to increase the number of spirit seals and mastery seals we gain, which I feel like is a worthwhile investment. So 1,000, 1,800, 2,400 seals we'd need to get the full thing. Emit a yellow glow. Earning more echoes. I'm more for going through and upgrading this stuff here, because the Valhalla Chosen. Because at the lower levels, we only have to deal with one of Valhalla's Chosen, but then when you get in the upper levels, you have to deal with as many as 4. Let's see, this gives us starting 100, 250, 300. Alrighty. Small increase in the amount of fleeting echoes earned. Let's actually increase that one. And then give us 100 to start off with. So then that way we're able to, that way if there's any means of purchasing something, then we have a little bit more potential buying power.
Deeper into Valhalla, gentlemen. Keep going.
So yeah, and then these are obviously all the different, hilts we can get. Huh. Alright, so we've done the... Okay, so we still need to defeat Tyr with the Guardian or Spartan Shield equipped. Defeat Tyr with the Stone Shield equipped. Oh, because we defeated him with the Dauntless last time. Defeat a lower realm with the Scatter Shield. Okay, so we need to go through that one. So yeah, we need to go through these two next to do the first level thing. What about this one? Defeat Tyr with Legacy thingies. So we defeated him when we were using Wrath. Overcome the Proving Grounds with Fury, Rage, Encrypted. Defeat your opponents in the Proving Grounds with each Rage. Okay, so we need to do that one next, then.
Where is Freya?
Away for the moment. As you know, she's attending to many things presently. Establishing a new governing body for the realms is no simple task. There are leaders to find and recruit, negotiations for sharing power. I'm sure she'd prefer to be here, but you'll have to make do with the 3 of us for now.
I'm sure we're in excellent hands.
Alright. Another round through Valhalla.
Nicely done.
Alright. Another shield mastery done. We've already done the Rising Winds. Let's go with the Evasive Blades again. Or this time, sorry, not again. We'll go with... So we went with the Path of Blades this time. What'd you find?
Is that a key?
One from my past.
Oh.
It unlocked something important.
Only a memory.
Seems Valhalla thinks you have a story to tell.
Later.
Interesting. Okay.
Left leg!
Alright, let's see what runic attack we get. Alright, we already got the Tame the Beast, so let's go for Tartarus's Rage next. First, immediately after evading does increase damage, increase all stun damage inflicted. I would rather the consistency than the likelihood, because I probably don't do evades properly. Jotunheim again.
Do you yet wish to speak about Sigrun? She was eager to receive you mere days ago. What has changed?
Oh, don't pretend to be interested in my romantic life, brother.
I am interested, and you are evading the question. What happened?
Well, after you dropped me off at a longhouse the other night, Sigrun made a cloudberry and hazelnut pudding. Of course, I don't eat anymore, so slightly awkward, but a lovely thought.
And?
Pretty much it, really.
There is more to this.
Seems Valhalla won't let you that way unless you strike a bargain.
Darn. Can't use that yet. Goals. The key. The boat captain's key. Oh, this guy. Okay, so okay, this is a bit of a funny thingy-majiggy, but Kratos was an absolute dick to this one boat captain. He basically was the reason for why he was sent down to hell. He kicked him off of hell again when climbing out of it, and left him and climbed on top of him like a third time to get out of hell. It was honestly hilarious. I'm pretty sure that's how it went. All right, the cycle. Clear the proving grounds. Stage helper. All right, I need to do the stage helper thing. Reach the upper realm. Okay, which one is the mastery? It's the travel mastery, I think it is. Purchase temporary upgrades, 8 of 15. Runic attack for the spear is the Finger of Ruin and Honor the Fallen. For the spear's light attack, we need Whisper of the World, Thrust of 1,000 Soldiers, and Hundra's Charge. Open 2 of 9 sacrifice chests. Open Greek chests. Accept burdens from the swords inside Valhalla. We've done 2 so far. Challenges. Alright, so we need to do a refill, a stats, and a mixed. Alright, and so the refill is the weird thingamadiggies. So we need to do a mixed. Alright, so we got a weapons or runic attack. Let's go for runic attack.
Behind you! Incoming!
Oh! Ah, no, don't!
Big ball of light coming your way!
Nice, there we go. Alrighty. Let's check out the runic weapon. Cyclone of Chaos or the Flames of Anguish. I'm pretty sure we already got the Flames of Anguish, so we're gonna go for the Cyclone this time. Alcove of Growth. Yep, let's go for this. Nice little freebie, I appreciate it.
What else happened that night between you and Sigrun?
Well, we stayed up much too late. I told her stories, she told me secrets. She put spirits to my lips, even though I can't get drunk. Then she invited me to watch her fall asleep.
And the next morning?
The next morning, we took a boat along the
Oh, it's
tide.
permanently unlocked.
The lake was sun-dappled, and the air was crisp and perfect. You could smell the thaw.
When did you misspeak?
You know me too well, brother. We were on the lake when I put my metaphorical foot in it.
Huh. Alrighty. Hey, this is a stats one. This is what we need. There we go. Alrighty, Blessings of Justice or Strength. Let's go with Justice. Let's go with an overall increase to stats rather than one moderate one. But yeah, I wonder when the I wonder where the boatman is in all of this. Where do you? We're gonna see him in Greece, no doubt. Boop. Thank you for the boops. How's it going, Sir Dragon? Back in Asgard again?
Tell me, what happened between you and Sigrun on the lake?
Well, she was rowing past where you found her family treasury.
Where we learned she cursed her brother over forbidden love.
That's right. And as we rowed by, I remember feeling grateful that the place was now deep underwater where she couldn't see it. And at that moment, she turned to me, and she said, I think, Mimir, I might be smitten with you. I think maybe I want to kiss you.
Aww.
Brother, I mean, there's always been more to us than there's been the opportunity to explore. So much unspoken, beneath the surface. For her to name it so boldly, it took me a bit off guard.
Alright, hang on a second. So, one is the Fleeting Echoes. And that one is the... Alright, let's go with this one then.
Behind you! Behind you, brother!
Here we go. go. Stage helper done. And yep, that's all the thing. All right, so 3 more encounters to clear, and we should be done of all the negatives. Chaotic Rampage, which is holding R1, continues through evades and sends out from its finisher. Alright, let's give that a try and see how we go.
Here's the one Valhalla singled out for you. Ready that shield.
I am enjoying this. This is so much fun.
Count it, Valhalla.
Got him. Oh, we can use this to heal. Thank goodness. All right. Activating Furious Immolation while Immolation is full triggers a Realm Shift. All right. Let's go for it. All right, next door.
Grand. We should be free to move up to the next area now.
It's gonna be interesting to see what kind of thing we get with Jotunheim's
We could use some limited time assistance, couldn't we?
increases melee damage during shift. Yes, absolutely. Excellent. Griff. Grab you. Okay, we can't upgrade either of you, but that's okay. Alright, up we go. And let's see how we do.
You're on fire, Kratos. It will pass.
And survived. I had to use quite a bit, but I survived none the same. There we go. Alright, the burden is being lifted on the disrupted relic thingamadoog, and we can now do the blessing. Now we just need to get rid of disrupted weaponry, and we should be okay. Unleashes its power from the souls within. Slash forward 3 waves of light that deal drastically increased damage. Yes, because there's more charges on that one than on our currently held weapon. Let's see what we do.
Kratos, the key you found. Whose was it? What did it unlock?
It belonged to a boat captain I met during a battle on the Aegean Sea. His ship was part of a fleet under attack by a Hydra. The key unlocked his quarters, where I heard women screaming for help.
Ah, yes. The story of your fight with the three-headed sea serpent. You impaled one of its heads on the ship's mast, was it?
Yes. But that battle is not why this key appeared. It is my killing of the boat captain for it that seems to follow me wherever I go.
There we go. Strange, he hasn't changed to Helios yet. Normally it's around Muspelheim that Mimir changes into Helios. But it hasn't happened yet.
Right side!
There we go. Not a lot of fleeting echoes, but it will do. Jump over here. Wait, was there a different path? No, there wasn't. Not with those things. All right. All right, and forward we go.
Hello again, Kratos.
Ah, he changes right here, it seems. Alrighty, do we have any echoes? 250. Okay. $233. We're almost there. We just need more. 240. 243. It's not enough. Alright, we got Valhalla's Chosen to kill. Time is key here.
Did you need any primitive armed ruffians? Ruthless as ever, Kratos.
There we go. Alright, grab you.
Valhalla's target, in case you didn't.
Launching an enemy has a high luck chance to increase Kratos' strength and stagger resistance for a duration. I think that happens a lot. Alrighty. Time extended, that's what we want. Alright, next one.
Army is that?
No one.
Behind! Incoming! From behind! Incoming!
There we go.
I thought Spartans used shields. No?
Alrighty, so we got you out of the way. Alright, open. Whisper of the World. I don't have that. We're gonna grit it. There we go. Extends our time, which is great. We got 2 more to look for. Come on. Fleeting echoes. That's cool, but not helpful. Is there a ticking noise in this game while they're... Alright, cool. No more ticking. We got 500 points. Okay. Alrighty, let's give it a try. Here we go.
You probably need to kill the really powerful one. Just guessing.
Yeah, I'll get to the powerful one shortly. There we go. Come on. Yes! Okay. So we got that one. Hopefully this will give us extended time, so then that way we can go into the next engagement with a lower level. We'll hasten the expiration of attacks as it looks to critically strike, creating a damaging explosion. We're gonna go with Frozen Strike. Gives us extra time, which is what we want. There's the next one. That's what we want. Here we go.
Watch for the horns.
Hopefully this will... Yep, come on, come on, come on, come on!
Great job not hurrying. You two like your fights tougher after all.
Go.
Get on back to the start and ascend.
While wielding the blade, stab grunting an enemy grants a gift of strength. Nah, let's go with the runic one. Let's go with this one. There we go. We should have everything we need now. And the difficulty is only at a 2, which is great. Alright, can we get a divine thingy-majiggy? Oh!
Hurry up and make a decision on my account.
Alright, hang on. I think I saw a chest. Hang on. Yep, there's the chest. Come on, come on, come on. Here we go. More sanctuary keys. That's actually great. That's what we want. And this is only a level 2 difficulty, so hopefully it won't be a disaster.
Untether yourself, man!
Yes! Absolutely fucking bombing it. Let's go. Let's run. There we go, and we get ourselves this. What does increase? Vitality, luck, and strength is a little bit... Yep, let's go with this one. Gives us a little bit more vitality, which is great. Hopefully that encounter will get us more... what's Muhuzi? Hopefully it's gotten us the echoes that we need to open. Yes, it does. We get ourselves a divine triumph for our troubles. Nice. Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. How's it going, Boxo? It's been a while. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Alright, use that on the fleeting echoes. That requires stones. We can't upgrade any of those things. And we can get ourselves a sanctuary key if you want. You woke up at 8 p.m. That doesn't sound great, I'm sorry to say.
Oh, I'm back, brother.
Kratos, I've been awaiting your return.
That's...
I brought something else to keep things interesting. You're not the only one with weapons from far-off lands, you know.
Oh, interesting.
Arms up!
Oh!
Blood for blood, brewing on!
Here they come!
Ow. Oop.
Be ready. Those who have fallen, carry me.
Oh, brother, you have to stop them before they reach here.
Why did you do it, Kratos? Why did you pledge yourself to Ares?
I was ambitious. Proud. I could not accept defeat. I crave power.
Is that all? Are you sure? Nothing more to that story? Nothing else under the surface?
Oh, god damn. That's crazy.
Such fury, such control!
Oh. Yes, come on.
Blood for blood, brewing on!
Almost there.
Hey, Tom!
Oh, no. Here we go.
There's the fire. Good, Kratos.
Yes! Mmm! And...
I yield, Kratos.
You have been a fun fight. This has been excellent. I liked how he also, like, changed his weapon as well. That was cool. Nice.
I believe you found an understanding within yourself. Shall we see?
Fools. It's not only memories.
Indeed. For what is a memory apart from our perspective?
The fight is going good.
You know the evils that came of your pact. You know the evils within yourself. Yes, these you dwell on. But it's not that simple, is it?
The Horde is vast, brother. What would have happened if you didn't stop it?
Our lands would have been overrun. Our people killed, violated.
People your army was sworn to protect. An army led by you. Did you not feel a duty to fulfill your purpose? Did you not fear for the safety of your homeland? You saved them.
You would excuse my actions.
Excusing them is not the exercise, Kratos. Only accepting them. Accepting that you acted based on what you knew then, not on what was to come. Your motivation and their consequences are far more complicated than you let yourself believe. I think perhaps you have more to process.
Yes. I have much to think about. I will return.
And I will be waiting.
Nice. That was honestly cool, that fight. Like, Tyr is, like, a great insight and is...
Sent the invitation in the first place?
Yes. His voice echoes in the halls. There's no mistaking it.
So it's Tyr's game you're playing? This is all his idea?
It's not a game.
Not his purpose. There is something here I must see through.
And what is that exactly?
Process.
It's
All right.
teaching Kratos to get beyond his past.
I trust you both.
It's an understanding, like,
As we
because
trust in Valhalla.
Even after what it did to you.
I knew the rules and chose to break them. I regret nothing.
so, because the thing is that the Tyr that we're seeing is a Tyr that's, like, you know, gone around the world and what have you, and he's got a bit of a, like, he has this Buddhist energies to him because of, like, you know, the methodical sort of movement. And when we saw him back in God of War Ragnarok, when he was finally released, he would meditate. He would do, like, sort of like these long yoga sessions and small practices. So I think what this Valhalla is trying to do, using Kratos' memories and what have you, is trying to have him confront his past and realizing that, sure, some of these choices were terrible, but he shouldn't be, like, he shouldn't be beating himself up and saying that he shouldn't have made these choices and what have you. There was purpose to what Kratos did and what he chose to do in the past. Yes, and it's about learning that you're not in control of where you've come from, but you are in control of where you're going. And all of this, I feel like, would teach Kratos to be able to accept his role on Freya's, like, sort of council of gods for the Norse pantheon and what have you. So this is fun. This is I'm enjoying this.
You must strike a balance between discipline and creativity.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm pretty sure I'm doing that. All right.
Suppose that was beneficial enough to do another.
Got ourselves some more masteries and spirits, and we got new labors. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. And
You made it count in there.
Gunnar.
A blessing. Celebrate each accomplishment.
Gulen Bursty's
Ready for
armor.
more story?
Yeah, tell me more.
So, the bully with a grudge. He comes to the inn in the dead of night, chucks a bottle of fire through the window, sets the whole place ablaze. The coward thought I was inside in bed, but luckily I was just getting home. I saw the flames shoot up and surround where my father was sleeping. Well, This wasn't gonna be the day I started hesitating. I charged into the fire and dragged him out. Not unscathed exactly, either of us, but alive. And if I was too angry and fearless for my own good before, now, well, I charged right into that bastard's lair, me against his whole gang.
You saying that Tyr gives off a Buddhist feeling kind of makes me wonder a few things.
As it turned out,
Tell me.
I came out of there with a job. We'll get to that next time.
Tell me your thoughts, Xerix, because I can be like talking shit and what have you, because like the experience I've had with God of War is sort of following a retrospective, playing God of War when it was like this most recent God of War, and then God of War Ragnarok. I might be missing a few details and such, but I remember in God of War that when they talk about Tyr, they talk about how not only was he a traveler within the 9 realms for the Norse mythology, but he also traveled into other realms, hence why he's like familiar with, like when you're in Tyr's treasure vault, he has Greek treasures, Egyptian, Celtic, like he's traveled around and such. And in being a god of war in the Norse mythology, in this universe, he's been a sort of mediator. He's been the man and who's been able to broker peace during times of war. It makes me wonder if the gods in each pantheon are different takes on the same deity or person. It's hard to say. Like, we have like 5 video games for just the Greek mythos. No one from the Greek mythos besides Kratos has entered into the Norse mythology. You could argue that Athena's ghost has entered into the Norse mythology because she's entered like a higher plane and was able to follow Kratos up to this point, but I'm not going to include that. With Tyr, meanwhile, we just have it inferred that in his pursuit of knowledge and what have you, he's also gone to the other realms and what have you. So I think each mythos has their series of gods and what have you. So there's a Greek one, there's a Norse, Celtic, and Egyptian. And I remember when we first heard that there was going to be a new God of War trilogy, that there was rumors that would go to the Egyptian the Egyptian mythos, or maybe the Norse. And then they obviously decided on the Norse.
I'm seeing some wise investments here.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's see if we can... All right, let's raise this health a little bit higher. So that's maxed. Let's get a resurrection stone, because that one would honestly be useful. We got close, like, more than once, I feel. And let's get our rage up to 4? Leaves the question for what happens after this DLC is finished and what's to come. Okay, this is my well wish. I want to see like a grown-up Atreus doing his own thing in trying to find like the remaining giant stones or whatever his purpose is after God of War Ragnarok. I would like to see a standalone adventure for him, because even the standalone adventures within God of War Ragnarok, he was still interesting to play with and such like that. Or play as, sorry, not play with. I would like to see like one where it's like, you know, maybe something where he's similar to Kratos' age during the events of God of War, where he's not just a kid, but he's like, you know, a like an adult, like adulthood entering kind of thing. Or maybe not following Kratos, but one of the other mythos, like Egyptian or the Celtic. So. Alright, can we increase any of these? Oh, we can increase... Alright, let's increase the cooldown. There we go.
Give the playing field just a little tilt, eh?
Uh-huh. Low chances. A low chance for burdens to offer 3 choices instead of 2. Starting reroll tokens. Increase the number of reroll tokens you start each attempt with. Lets you refresh glyph awards to see new options. Huh. Moderate increase to encounters. Starting echoes. Earn a large amount of spirit thingamadiggies when defeating Valhalla's Chosen. I'm gonna go with this one. There we go. Hey, we get Chaos. We have plenty of Chaos Crest. We just need Leviathan and Dropnir. Moderate increase, large increase, a very large, a massive. 250, 300. Broaden chances. Okay, so that's only one level. One level. Okay, so these two are just of the thingamadiggy. That gives us Spear Seals, that gives us Mastery. Alright. Increases the Norcus Sword in lower realms and the upper realms. Alright, okay. Does she have anything new to tell? No, she doesn't. Oh, I do want to see what the armor looks like. I like being the Spartan of Sorrow set that we're wearing right now, where it's like very little in the chest and what have you, but let's see what the... Oh, we can upgrade the Leviathan Axe as well, so make it look more... There we go. There's the Dropnir Spear. Nice. Alrighty. So this is what he's wearing. That's one of the Majestics. Gulenbusti. Yeah, no thanks. Oh, what's the guiding light? Oh, that's the that looked like what what's a Mahuzi Tyr was wearing as well. Interesting. Would be a good direction. Could even tie in the next chapter for both of them in the next chapter. Possibly. Alrighty. Alright, start another attempt when ready. Fully upgrade all stats. Defeat Tyr with each Spartan Rage. Alright, so I need to work on Legacy and Valor next. I need to defeat Tyr. Oh, wait. Defeat opponents in the Proving Grounds. I need to now use the Onslaught Shield. And then when I get to Tyr, I then defeat him with the Onslaught, and then afterwards with the Stone Wall. Completing Labors. Yeah. Okay, so Onslaught Shield is what I need to use. Stats. Fully upgrade Strength and Defense. Fully upgrade Health and Rage. Purchase recharges for your Relic. Unlock all 3 of 13 Relics. Choose doors that lead to 5 of 7... Alright, so I need to choose a door that leads to refill of Health or Rage, and then there's a mixed glyph I haven't seen yet. Complete challenges from the swords inside Valhalla. We've accepted burdens so far. Spend fleeting echoes to open legendary chests in Greece. So we need to do that a number of times, and we apparently get armor for this one. Pay the costs and sacrifice chests found in Valhalla. Hell's Touch, Winter's Blade. There is a lot of things to do. Temporary upgrades can be purchased at a table of endeavors in sanctuaries and other locations using fleeting echoes. Purchase temporary upgrades. 11 of 15. Labors. Permafrost. Using 3 of 5, 4 of 10. Across the realms again. Visit all of the realms. Defeat Tyr. Each objective will reward 1 divine with a bonus granted if all are completed. This objective and all of its objectives will set each time you defeat Tyr. Okay. Hyperion Graffle. Alright. Belongs one. I had no personal, but my... Yep, so that's the boat key. We got his Oath Stone. Alright. I am actually gonna go and leave it here. You should message me on Telegram sometime and I'll hypnotize. Oh. No. I am going to leave it here for now. I'm probably gonna pick up God of War again next week. I'm gonna find time to play more of this. Alrighty then, let's have a look at who is online and who it is that we can go and raid. I know we're going a little bit late into it, I'm sorry, but we'll see who is online. Let's have a look-sees. Let's see. Let's go right into Zephora. She looks to be doing a bit of a review of her stats. All right. We're gonna go raid into Zephora, and we're gonna go with a classic himbo raid message. Himbo raid shows your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals are prepare to get swole. If you don't have the emotes, that's okay. You can use whatever other kind of emotes you have available to you that you feel is appropriate for the himbo raid message. Oh, god damn it. I didn't get it. Well, there's an advertisement going off. I don't know how many of you are seeing this, but thank you all for coming along, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.